Fintech leader, a legal strategist, and a policy expert. He leads ExchangeBox, one of Africa's most innovative payment service providers. He's dedicated to bridging the financial inclusion gap, and he also serves as a country director of Skills Drive, which leads interventions for internally displaced persons in Nigeria through skills development and financial literacy programs. Can we once again welcome our keynote speaker for this morning, Mr. Abiola Jimoh. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to make the protocol this morning brief because of time. So I would start with the National Commissioner of NDPC. I'm sure he's been a great host to us all so far. Dr. Vincent Olatunji, please can we jam our hands together for a round of applause for him? Thank you. Extending the same protocol, I will be saying a great welcome to heads of data protection authorities across Africa. You're welcome again. Welcome to Nigeria. On that note, I want to stand on the existing protocol because I have a long list of people, very important people here today. But my work is to actually give you a keynote alongside, so let me start with that. My name is Abiola Jimoh, and I'm here in two capacities. I'm here because I lead a Fintech and Agri-Tech platform called ExchangeBox, actually representing the Fintech Association of Nigeria, particularly that we're discussing Fintech today and data protection. So here goes the keynote. Keynote address on data protection in the era of Fintech in Africa, balancing innovation with privacy, by Abiola Jimoh, CEO, ExchangeBox. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here addressing a group of professionals playing major roles in protecting our individual and collective constitutional rights, which is the right to privacy. What is privacy? What is privacy? Privacy can be said to be the right to be left pertinent subject of data protection in the area of fintech in Africa, balancing innovation with privacy. Africa is often called payment. Even in the face of other challenges, it seems to be impossible that we around what we love most. Indeed, it's a very subjective discussion. The clear innovation has turned mobile phones into financial institutions in our pockets. The fintech industry and promoting business transactions. Fintech companies collect vast amounts of sensitive data from customers. National identity numbers, personal data, transaction records to bank verification numbers. Thus, it has become imperative to maintain data security in today's digital age because innovation drives progress, economic growth, and improved services, while privacy protects individuals' personal information, leading to data breaches, identity theft, loss of confidence in technology, which is bad for all of us. Achieving this balance requires collaboration among stakeholders, including policymakers, industry leaders, and individuals to create frameworks. Of 2024 states that mobile money services have grown exponentially for over 2 decades globally, driving financial inclusion for billions of people and opening incredible opportunities for entrepreneurs like myself and small businesses worldwide. Today, 1.75 billion registered accounts are processing $1.4 trillion a year, or about $2.7 million per minute. Factors that have fueled our fintech growth in Africa can be considered to include digital adoption and mobile penetration. As more people become comfortable using digital technology, they are more likely to adopt fintech solutions because it's just in your pocket. In 2023, over 856 million people in Africa accessed financial services through mobile technology, with over 62 billion transaction counts valued at Naira $19 billion. Africa leads the world in mobile money, boasting over 1.1 billion registered accounts and representing more than half of the global total. We are proud of these milestones indeed, where the genius of payment systems for no other continent has witnessed such rapid growth in financial services within such a short time. It's not limited to what I've captured here, but we've seen M-Pesa in Kenya, MTN Mobile Money, present across West Africa and Nigeria, OPay, PalmPay, MoneyPoint, and our own PayRep, who all operate via mobile phones. We must also mention the successes recorded by several payment gateways towards enabling e-commerce across Africa, including but not limited to InterSwitch, Paystack, Flutterwave, Zest, eTransact, among other. Population remains unbanked or underbanked, presenting a vast opportunity for fintech firms to offer innovative financial services. Also has been a major tool for the growth of adoption of fintech. It's expected to diversify through debt financing, government-backed funds, and corporate venture capitalists. We have good news about our growth does not come without certain risk in the Africa fintech industry. We have cybersecurity because they handle sensitive financial data and transactions. Safeguarding customer information and maintaining robust cybersecurity measures is an African context with an estimated population, as mentioned, of over 1.4 billion. Over 50% of our citizens do not have a bank account. The greatest challenge facing the fintech sector is to win the trust of millions of people who are either still unbanked or view financial services as reserved for the middle class. Everyone ultimately loses something when there's fraud. Where financial institutions lose money or customer trust, individuals are frequently locked out of global financial system for that period till they resolve. Successful fraud prevention strategies are built on strict compliance and identity verification measures, which is one of the key purposes of today. We've had few cases of data breaches in Africa fintech industry, but I'll just mention some of the recent ones. Some of the cases I've selected of data breaches are for our discussion. The choice I've decided on Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. These countries have a very booming fintech sector, and they are market leaders in Africa. It is worth noting that many breaches may go unreported or underreported. The lines between traditional financial institutions and fintech companies are increasingly blurred, making it difficult to categorize every incident as a fintech fraud. For example, if a bank is attacked through its digital channels, would you consider that as a fintech fraud or a strictly commercial bank fraud? All banks are also running a fintech arm one way or the other. Also, the threat landscape is constantly evolving, with cyber criminals using increasingly sophisticated methods to target fintech and related organizations. We would consider balancing innovation and privacy protection. Balancing innovation and data privacy in Africa's fintech ecosystem is a complex but decisive undertaking that needs to be prioritized. It requires a multifaceted, multi-pronged Africa context-aware approach that harmonizes innovations with robust safeguards involving stakeholders' engagement. We also need to do an improved regulatory framework. Africa countries should improve their regulatory framework on privacy and data protection to tailor regulations to the local context. We should also collectively ratify and implement conventions on cybersecurity, personal data protection, to promote the alignment of data privacy laws, especially to facilitate compliance for our robust, evolving cross-border fintech operations. We must engage in user education, cybersecurity awareness, consent management, and social engineering. We must also ensure fintech companies should provide comprehensive training, including collaboration with agencies, to their employees on potential threats and patterns. We must engage in regulatory bodies and fintech organizations investing in public awareness campaigns to educate citizens about their data privacy rights. We must also adopt a concept called privacy by design approach, integrating data protection considerations into the initial stages of products and service development. Concluding, as we navigate the rapidly evolving landscape of fintech in Africa, we must promote culture of privacy, promoting responsible innovation. We can unlock the full potential of fintech while safeguarding the rights and interests. Very evolving one with lots of opportunities. The dynamism and potential for financial inclusion offered by digital innovation are undeniable, already the key to unlocking geo-economic opportunities for millions of citizens' data privacy. Let us work together to create an ecosystem that promotes innovation, protects data privacy, builds stakeholder trust. By doing so, we can ensure that fintech continues to drive economic growth, financial inclusion, social progress in Africa, while respecting the fundamental rights to data protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abiola Jimo, co-founder, CEO, Exchange Box. Please a round of applause for him once again for opening this session for us very interestingly. I'd like to call. We take a photo now. So he will be supported by Dr. Vincent Olatunji for this photo session. Très bien, très important. Il a bien fait, non? Applaudissez pour lui, s'il vous plaît. Okay, merci beaucoup. Merci. Maintenant, nous allons continuer avec l'innovation et protection de la vie privée pour le deuxième jour. Maintenant, c'est discours luminaire, la protection des données, la première de la Fintech en Afrique, équilibrer l'innovation et la protection de la vie privée. OK, on a fini avec ça. Maintenant, c'est PS3B. Faites-vous plaisir. Le rôle des technologies en matière de préservation de la vie privée, faciliter l'innovation numérique et la protection des données en Afrique. En anglais, ça sera Have your cake and eat it. The roles of privacy-preserving technologies in enabling digital innovation and data protection in Africa. To chair this session is a Nigerian first professor of practice in cybersecurity who has over 58 international certifications and is sought after on national and international platforms. Excellent, intelligent professor Adiwale Obadari. Please put your hands together for him. First professor of practice in cyber security. Wait till. Okay, that's him. Please, a resounding, resonating round of applause for an award winner on national and international platforms. Choose your seat, Professor. The most secure seat is where you should stay. Dakio, this is the most secure place, right? To balance both. Dakio. Joining him on stage is Truta Maurice Coyle, Doctor, Truana Incorporation, Privacy Industry Expert. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. Bienvenue. Choisir, vous pouvez choisir. D'accord. Joining on stage too is Deputy Chief Privacy Officer, AI and Data Responsibility, Mastercard, Derek Ho. Doctor. Nihai. D'accord. All right. We have representing Romario Sia, Group Chief Information Security Officer, UBA, is Owusu Bediako Poku, Head. Okay, Dakio. So I'm actually blocking, right? Which is that? This one, right? Okay, Dr. Favor Femi Oyewole, Group Chief Information Security Officer, DPO, Access Bank. Please put your hands together for her. Okay, d'accord, c'est bien fait. And to join also is Kasait Immaculate, Commissioner, Office of Data Protection, Commissioner Kenya. Karibun. All right, Sefini? All right, we have 1 hour. Okay, started counting.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a distinguished pleasure to share this panel this morning. And I want to appreciate the National Commissioner for this opportunity to chair this panel. So we'll just go straight to it, right? So, and I'm going to introduce myself, just as been introduced. My name is Obadare Peter Adewale. I'm the Chief Visionary Officer at Digital Encode. Though the profile they have, I think is my old profile. As we speak, I have over 61 professional certification that cut across governance, risk, and compliance. So I arguably say I'm the most credentialed cybersecurity and data privacy professional out of Africa. So, and that's about me. So I'm going to start with my, extreme, with our distinguished Honorable Commissioner from Kenya. So, Ma, can we meet you? Can we know you? Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Immaculate Kasait, Data Commissioner from Kenya.
All right. Okay. So, Karibu, you're welcome.
Derek Ho from Mastercard. I'm the Deputy Chief Privacy Officer.
All right. Thank you, Derek. So, Dr. Favor?
My name is Favor Femi Oyewole, the Group CISO and the DPO for Access Bank. Thank you.
Yeah, Maury.
I'm Maurice Coyle. I'm the Chief Data Scientist in Truata, which is a fully owned subsidiary of Mastercard dedicated to privacy-enhancing technologies.
Yes, a minute. Apologies. We have joining also representing Romarix here, Group Chief Information Security Officer, UBA, Owusu Bediako Poku, Head Information Security, Governance, Risk, and Compliance. Please put your hand together for him. A loud one, please. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome. Okay. So, can we meet you? Can you introduce yourself?
All right, my name is Owusu Bediako Poku. I head the Information Security Governance, Risk and Compliance function within the UBA group. I'm representing my group CISO, who is in the person of Mr. Romarix here. Nice meeting everyone. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So just to build a foundation of understanding, we cannot overemphasize the importance of data in this age of digital transformation. Of course, I'm sure we have all heard data is king. Data is the new oil. Data is the crown jewel. You know, everything they do, I think that the only way Africa can, gain momentum in this century is to understand, of course, the importance of data, which is why we're talking about, data protection. And the theme for this session is balancing innovation and data privacy. Right. So, and when we talk about data privacy, data protection, data protection is a technical issue, right? While data privacy is a legal issue. But most of the time, for everyone, every institution, wherever fintechs, banks, government, whether it is public sector or private sector, for you to be able to build a robust and sound, I'll call it data privacy intelligent quotient, you need to understand the need for privacy preserving technology. It is very important because most of the time, as an experience, from a consulting experience, what I've seen most of the time is in capacity building, training. Oh, we all get excited and we do it right. And then when it comes to process, all the processes around data protection, data privacy, we get it right. But I think most of the time where the issues are is the technology around, the importance of, balancing innovation and privacy using privacy preserving technology. So, and I'm going to be starting this conversation, elucidate to the audience from your point of view, what does privacy preserving technology, what does it mean to you? So more like, let's look at the element of it. Thank you.
To mitigate and to complement each other's trade-offs. So again, you can end up with your cake, having your cake and eating it. You just need to bake it slightly differently. So that's really the importance of using technologies in the right way. And then finally, I would just point out that pets are emerging technologies. It says it on the poster here. Emerging technologies are typically not where their end game is. If we hark back to the internet, there's plenty of people in this room that remember accessing the internet and listening to the dial tone of their modem, waiting for pages to load. The user experience was hard, it was difficult finding things, there was all sorts of issues, but we plowed through because the value was so revolutionary to our lives. It was worth the cost and worth the issues. Some of the pets we talk about are in that same space where the value they unlock is so great that it's worth absorbing those costs and trade-offs. And I think in 5 to 10 years, we're going to look back fondly, maybe not quite so fondly, on how we used to have to jump through hoops to use these pets. But certainly the vision and the trajectory for pets is in that direction. And so I'd say in the same way that cybersecurity was not solved overnight, it took incremental, iterations and is still a developing field, so too pets are on that development path. And we're getting to the point where they become seamless, they become invisible, and they become assumed when people are using products and technologies. I think the best advertisement for pets in 10 years' time is that people don't even know that they're there, that they're just assumed and they're embedded.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you. So, and I like the fact that you're able to establish, the balance between, the word private, because most of the time, people think, privacy preserving technology and privacy enhanced technology, those words, they're used interchangeably. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Commissioner, I want to come to you. Yeah, so governance is everything, honestly, because governance is about direct and control. So, from where you sit, as our distinguished commissioner, regulators, I tell my colleagues that when regulators are after you, you better, just make sure you're doing the right thing. So we want to hear and know for you to elaborate on the initiative and strategies that the Office of Data Protection is implementing to promote the adoption and the development of privacy-preserving technology in Kenya. And we really appreciate you to give us, practical use cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think before I go into terms of intervention that we have done as the commission, it's always good to pause, because I think one of the biggest challenge and the irony of the flip side of pets is that technology and the trend has been to data harvest. And we heard from the keynote speaker that the reason why the fintech industry has really grown in Africa, it's because people have had an opportunity to explore. And it wouldn't have grown if we are actually not then data mining. And what is the problem? Because we saw when we came in, one of our biggest challenges, the Data Commission, was actually the digital lenders. And to digital lenders, into a vulnerable population, they come in, you share your information, you tick yes on everything, including accessing your private contacts, so that they're able to use that information to then harass you later. And then here you are telling them you must embrace data protection by default and by design. And when you tell people, it sounds like you're entering a class of project management. Excuse me, data protection by default and by design, what does this mean in the first place? And I think that's why we are here. How do we help companies from a regulatory perspective? Because if you're not embracing data protection, what does data protection by default and by design mean? And can we look at the bigger picture of making sure that we are building trust? When the use of data protection by default and by design, when we look at the regulatory governance framework, from a data protection perspective, legally we issue advisories. So we will be approached by companies. They will say we are about to start this product, for instance, if it's fintech, how do we make sure that our data protection is actually taken into account? How do we embrace data minimization principle? How do we make sure in terms of data, with some of the issues that we're embracing is data anonymization? How are we going to make sure encryption is part of the work we have? So from where we sit, ours is to give advisories. How do you go about it? Two, we give guidance in industry. And in this case, when it came to fintechs, when we realized there was a big issue around harvesting people's information, we did give advisory. And out of that, as at last year, we done over 10 guidance notes to guide industries on what they need to do. The other thing we do from a government perspective is to actually undertake audits. And when we undertake audits, we are able to tell you, this is what you are supposed to do, and these are the areas of improvement. And of course, the elephant in the room, which it's become the cliche word of data protection impact assessment. I say this is an audit tool. It helps us to identify the gaps and then begin to think at conception. How do we implement data protection by default, by the design? That is one of the best tools. So when it comes to the use cases, in the case of Kenya, what are some of the use cases? One is teleco. One of the leading telecos in the country implemented data protection by default, by design, by making sure that they are not exposing customers' data. They hashed some of the numbers so that when they then link with other users who are third party, for instance, banks or other companies, they don't see the entire number. That is able to then protect the customers. The other use case is the digital ID in Kenya. When they approached us, and when it comes to the digital ID, it was one of the most controversial. In fact, I keep saying the reason we exist is because of the digital ID concerns. And what happened, because we did not only do a data protection impact assessment, we also made sure we have done an audit on them. One of the technology they embraced was machine-readable zone. A machine-readable zone makes sure when the data is moving from point A to point Z, you can't read that information. But at the point where they are looking at the chip, they are able to see. So it's able to protect the the information of the customer. The other use case we have worked with at the data protection is the electronic travel authorization system. So this is done by Ministry of Interior, and it has a lot to do with people who are coming into the country. Under this, we have also done an audit and also advised them on how their data protection impact assessment will embrace data protection by default and by design. So what have they embraced? They've embraced data anonymization. And in that way, using the electronic travel authorization, they are able to make sure that sensitive data is protected and can only be seen by authorized persons. And the final use case that I can give, I could give many more, is a research in the research industry. In the what we call the Kenya Medical Research Institute, they've also used technology that then helps them in terms of making sure they preserve the data privacy of Kenyans. And they have adopted what they are calling a secure virtual analysis environmental design. So that one is also able to help them in terms of making sure that the data is protected. So it's not an act of impossibility. I hear when Maurice says it can be expensive, the lantern time it becomes slower, but we also must ask ourselves, how do we build trust to our customers? I think it's important for us to reflect what this means for us as a continent and take baby steps to make sure we are protecting our customers and to make sure we're embracing governance so that it actually gives you much more benefits in terms of finances and in the long run. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. So you can see, so to the innovators in the house and to everyone, I think the key word for you is impossibility is nothing, honestly. You can achieve this, so it's about, are you doing the right thing? Are you doing them the right way? Are you getting them done well? Because when you do all of that, you'll be able to harness the power of innovation. And sincerely, that will be the true case where you can actually eat your cake and you can still have it, because that's the objective of what we want to achieve with this session. So, Dr. Favor, we've seen from the regulatory part, so we want to know, you work in a bank, you're the chief group CISO of Access Bank, so we wanted to know how you are leveraging privacy-preserving technologies and how is enhancing Access Bank innovation and analytical effort. What specific benefit they bring to the bank operations? So let's hear, practical piece of what Access Bank is doing.
Thank you, Professor Wale, and thanks to all the two other speakers, and we're sitting or standing on the existing protocol. Thank you for all that have been said, but one thing also that I need us to understand is when it comes to privacy-preserving technology, this is how, predominantly looking at it from how banks, approach innovation and analytics by solving what was once a major paradox. That is, we are looking at the need to maximize data while also minimizing data exposure risk, especially ensuring that the customer data are used in the right way. Now, one of the things that we also need to know is that on a practical level, privacy-preserving technologies such as homomorphic predictive models or encryption, federated learning, and also differential privacy. And how do we, as an institution, that cut across 15 jurisdiction or footprints, or almost about 20 footprints in Africa and beyond Africa, how do we ensure that we use data in the right way? Now, in one of the things that we have also used to ensure that we build advanced predictive models, talking about fraud detection, customer behavior analysis, using it for credit scoring, and also ensuring that sensitive data are used. Now, when it comes to differential privacy differential, this is more of ensuring that we had noises or statistical data to different sources of data that we may have, and ensuring that in using data that the noises, even if you want to do reverse engineering on those data, you cannot get that right data because it has been reconstructed in a way to protect and ensure there's no data leaks or exposure of data, customer data in an unlawful manner. That the enhanced personalized services, which is to offering hyper-targeted financial products and advice while embedding noise or statistical production, just like I've said. Then accelerate partnership. We are in the era of collaboration, and partnership with various institutions to ensure that we'll be able to serve customers in the way, beyond traditional banking, which is also ensuring that we partners with people and doing that, building on trust, compliance, and also cross-data flow, as in the management of data across jurisdiction. Now, doing that to ensure that the safety and the trust element is built with regards to that. So, and eventually, we are using this technology to shift privacy from being a barrier into a powerful engine for trusted innovation across the banking sector, which also means that we are enhancing trust, because when it comes to privacy, we are just enhancing the trust element of it and ensuring that the customer are willing to share their data when they know that it is protected by design, and also increasing participation rates for digital services. And also, we are also doing that at the same time building regulatory resilience. You want to ensure that bank stays compliant with all the required, either the acts or the laws that have been enacted to ensure that data are used in a rightful manner. Operational efficiency is another thing for us as a bank, to ensure that data is used and internally, there's effective collaboration and that people understand how data should be used in line with what the regulator says, and they are using it for that. So these are powerful things that have been announced on different levels, and ensuring that the various benefits of privacy-preserving technologies are used. There is no one cap fit all when it comes to privacy. There are times that, just like the commissioner said, that it may be, you can be talking about cost, but then there are layers. When you really want to do it and do it well, you have to look at it from a layer perspective, whereby you look at, privacy by design, putting it on layer by layer, and ensuring that at the end of the day, you innovate, and at the same time, you ensure that privacy by design is also embedded with security. Thank you very much.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, there's no silver bullet, but you still have to do it. So please, can we hear from, from UBA perspective, just like, the UBA group, what you're doing when it comes to how privacy preserving technology is enhancing innovation and operation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think from the UBA side, we go with the concept of privacy by design or privacy by default. We've done some work with the NDPC over the period, so they can attest to this. Data is actually our crown jewel, so whatever we do, we ensure that that data is protected at all times. Virtually all our information or cybersecurity tools today are premised on the fact that we want to protect our data at all costs. In terms of PETs and PPTs, I think we've been focusing on tools. I think I'll beg your indulgence to include techniques. What we do is, for every engagement whatsoever, we look at the data elements that are involved in that engagement. Is it personal information of any sort? Is it some form of personal data? We do that dimensioning, and we ensure that we have the requisite tools, technologies, techniques to ensure these data are protected at all times. It starts all the way from data activity monitoring, virtually seeing who is accessing what data, looking at our network, seeing the data that's being moved from one point to the other. In terms of our third parties, we are very clear in terms of the data that we exchange with all our third parties. For every third party that has to be integrated into the UBA environment, we ensure that we clearly know what we are exchanging with you, understand your information security practices and processes, amongst others, and be sure that you are at a level that we can deal with you. In terms of innovation, we believe privacy is actually the cornerstone of innovation. and we ensure that we have enough controls to ensure that the bank is innovative. How do we do this? We start off from our perimeter. What is going out? What is coming in? I think all of us will bear witness to the fact that the banks and financial institutions are amongst one of the most targeted groups across the world today, or the targeted institutions. Conventionally, people were looking for money, trying to move funds here and there. But over the period, Mr. Commissioner, you know there's been data breaches amongst others. People will have access to your data, and the expectation is to possibly pay a ransom or some sort of money for that data to be released. From the regulatory angle, you don't want to be in the bad books of any regulator whatsoever talking about data breaches. So yes, we ensure our tools are robust. We operate across 20 countries within Africa and across the globe. So you can imagine how seriously we take data privacy. What we've been doing is to harmonize the data protection and privacy requirements across all the geographies that we operate, ensure that any PPT or PET solution that we are going for basically meets the requirement of most of these regulations or the jurisdictions within where we operate. There's a twist, which is very important. As we develop and implement PPTs, we have to ensure that the PPTs themselves are not subject to data privacy related concerns. What do I mean by this? We load a lot of data. These controls actually also churn or work on data. And what you may find more often than not is you may actually end up having your data with a PPT provider or solution in a region where your regulator does not actually expect you to have that data. So in effect, the mantra is privacy by design, privacy by default. Even if the data does not contain personal information, what we are making sure is done is whatever has to be done in terms of the investment, in terms of a process improvement or optimization, we ensure that we have that in place to make sure that data does not move to where it shouldn't go. Thanks, everyone.
All should note, it's about honestly starting from the beginning to even know who is assessing what. And I think for all data and privacy professional, you need to understand I call it CRUD. CRUD means CRUD. Create, read, update, and delete. Who is assessing what? And I think that is very, very important because that's the beginning. So, Derek, so we are going to be asking you, we want to know, could you share any case studies or practical example, and I'm saying emphasis on practical examples of how privacy-preserving technologies have been implemented at Mastercard, and what impact have they had on data privacy and innovation?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Always a privilege to be talking at these conferences. Thank you to Honorable Commissioner Dr. Vincent for this wonderful conference, organizing this wonderful conference, and to the DPAs and all the guests out there. Thank you for all the wonderful discussions we've been having over the past few days. Before I go into the use cases, maybe what I'll do is provide some context for Mastercard's journey in this space. So the use of technology to protect individuals and their data is very much part of Mastercard's DNA, part of our genes for a long time. Whether this is implementing cryptography in payment chip standards like the EMV standard, or whether it's implementing authentication technologies, or whether this is implementing tokenization for payment card information, our investments in such technologies have made payments simple, safe, and secure, and also help to build trust in the digital economy. We heard the word trust, and that's a really important thing. So our use of pets and the exploration of the use of pets is really part of this multi-decade journey in how to enable innovation while still protecting data and individuals' privacy. So what are the use cases which are of interest to us? one thing which we have considered is the use of synthetic data for training AI models in the fraud prevention space. So we asked ourselves, what if we couldn't use transaction data to train our fraud models, for various reasons, because of legal or security restrictions? Then we asked ourselves, could we use synthetic data to train our fraud models instead of using the actual data itself? And that's possible because of a characteristic of synthetic data. Synthetic data is data which is manufactured to be statistically similar to the actual data itself. So you may not need to use the actual data itself to train your fraud models. Instead, you could use the synthetic data to help train your fraud models. That's one use case. We also have considered and explored the use of synthetic data to support research into bias mitigation methods for AI governance. And we've done this together with certain external researchers. And then the final use case which we have done, and this is publicly available, you can Google it, it's on the Singapore Privacy Regulators website. We worked in the Singapore Privacy Regulators Pets Sandbox to investigate the use of a pet to exchange financial crime intelligence across borders. So this pet which we use, which is a bit of a mouthful, it's called homomorphic encryption, essentially allowed us to gain insights, financial crime insights, without actually exposing the query or the data itself. So again, in going back to the name of this panel, how do you have your cake and eat it? You can gain the insights without exposing the data itself. Benefits there in relation to privacy and security. So those are the three use cases, but the one thing which I just want to touch on and what Maurice had mentioned earlier, it's always use case dependent. You need to always apply the appropriate pet for the appropriate use case. And there's only one tool in your toolbox. Technology can solve certain things and can help us meet our obligations under the privacy law, but it can't meet every single obligation under the privacy law. You would still need, and thinking about all the panels yesterday, accountability, certifications, cross-border data transfer mechanisms. You still need these other tools as well, together with pets, in order to help enable privacy by design and privacy by default. Thank you.
With you. Yeah, thank you. I think this battery is flat. Yeah, so really, and everyone should actually understand their environment, because really internalization is actually very important. And I think just like Maurice said, there are a lot of trade-off. You need to understand your architecture, the design, then how you implement and operationalize PPT. So that's very important. So, Honorable Commissioner, we're coming back to you. We wanted to know so that the audience can see, because most of the time, there's always this argument about compliance is not doing anything. Regulation is, because see, the innovator wants to be free like a bird. But we've seen from this panel that really for the innovators, you can actually eat your cake and have it. You've said, everybody has talked about privacy by design, privacy by default. But I wanted to ask you, what do you suggest protection authorities can do to foster PPT? Is there a framework that you have used in Kenya that you can share now to advance data anonymization, which is a key component of PPT?
Exist, you'd say, is the different regulatory laws across the countries. And the intervention has mostly been different countries interpreting what they consider data protection by default by design. In terms of intervention, it's one issuing advisory ones. But moving forward, I think that's an area that, like Tanzania, is what they call consent framework. And that already is data protection by default by design. You're beginning to ask yourself, if company A wants to utilize information, why don't we have a platform where you're prompted? It is in other jurisdictions like India, it's a startup from the digital infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure. So I think that's an area to explore a consent framework where people consent can work very well and explore and give guidance. That's one. Two would be sandboxes. I think it's an issue that has been picked by mostly telecos regulators. I think as data protection authorities or across country will do, it will help people, our companies, explore what works and what the solution of this conference to having from this conference. Thank you.
Awesome. Also, honestly, I can agree with you, Les. And I think system and a platform for all innovators to be able to express themselves. Fantastic. So, Maurice, I'm coming back to you to say, what do you see preserving technology? Do you see shaping the future of data privacy? What is the future?
Thanks. So yeah, I'll hark back to the tools in a toolbox analogy I made earlier. If you look at any tradesperson's toolbox, there'll be certain tools they use all the time, and there'll be certain tools that they use in very precise situations. The same is true of privacy-enhancing technologies. Sometimes by their nature, or sometimes as due to some of the trade-offs that I meant, material will shape our future. I would say all of them will find their place. The degree to which they're used, and also how kind of useful pets, but also multi-pet solutions. I can only read which we're going to host over in Mezzanine 2 about some of the technologies that you'll have heard about, understand what each privacy-enhancing technology does. So I think imagine a set of warehouses, each containing goods or characteristics you've defined. You can do it in two ways. That's what federated learning does. Rather than bringing data to a central place they're sent back to be combined into a global bullet. So when you send back the model weights, they may still contain privating to gold in the final inventory would be known to be related to that warehouse. That's similar to the analytical federated learning. Another very powerful technology that Derek meant, generate a realistic data set that can be used to achieve our goal. The analogy there might be actor might cut themselves, so we make a prop. We can make it plastic or the risk, and similarly with synthetic data, the trade-off is that you sacrifice utility if you are removing risk, and so the more realistic you need the data.
Maurice, I know you have a lot to talk about. Yeah. So about timing on PPT, that Maurice, so you can see that's why he has a lot to. So if you're interested in knowing more, then thank you. So please, can we hear from UBA perspective, right? We wanted to know PPT helps to unleash the real value of data. With what you're doing, what do you foresee the industry leading the way on creating common standard?
The best industry to actually take the lead for such an initiative is actually the financial sector. Maybe we may come second to the health sector, but I'm not sure a lot of them are here. Most importantly, it's a very regulated environment and a very structured environment as such. And like I mentioned earlier, within the cyberspace, we've been at the end of She Knows About. It's a very good body to actually commence the discussion, most importantly, under the auspices of the Data Protection Commission. What's important here is within this, you can also start the engagement of harmonizing the privacy, fellow professionals and peers within the industry. There are common elements, and I need to reiterate that because they are actually the cornerstone of any PPT, really mean that will work for a health sector. So first of all, the relevance is key, which is what the CISO committee and for that matter, the Data Protection Commission should look at when we engage. Secondly, federation is key. There's actually no need to congregate all your data within a source. What usually happens is that data source become the employ a act in federation of a sort. It can be identity access management. It can be an endpoint detection and response solution. What we do is what we collect. What it means is the relevant controls are closer to where the data is. I think stakeholder engagement, a joint task force, possibly a communique after this engagement will do the industry a lot of good. And we believe we actually will want your guide to do and start the engagement. But this is a field that is practically owned by you. So whilst we do this, we'll also crave your indulgence to provide us some guidance. We'll gladly do that. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. So please, Dr. Favor.
In actual fact, the banks have to lead the way, and this is because the banks already are under stringent trust, security, and governance expectation, and we are expected as a banking institution to ensure that we set the pace in terms of privacy, respecting the ethical and also interoperability of data standard. Now, there's something very good that is said, which is this is also a good opportunity because privacy first analytics frameworks, I think, is one of the things we should be looking at, whereby we can call principles among ourselves and also the federated linings that he spoke about. Know each your capability, your scope of business, what you really stand for. There is, I mean, what somebody else is doing may not be what you want to start with in terms of PPT. You also want to look at what is actually peculiar to the kind of data you have at hand. So it is like the way you know your customers, you also have to know your data. So what is applicable to you? What do you think is appropriate? And in doing that, you also want to ensure that, of course, you collaborate. He also mentioned from the CISO perspective, the Committee of CISO for Nigeria Financial Institutes, of which I'm the vice chair, even though we tend more to security, but then data, which we all know is the oil, and also very, very fundamental to what we are protecting. Because you don't have a job as a CISO if you are not protecting the digital assets of your organization. So which means that you exist, your role exists because there is something that is very, very important for you to protect. So we are not saying we are in the era whereby data is very important. When we get this right as an African continent, we will also unleash the full potential that we have. If you get it, privacy right,
Absolutely. Time is running. Thank you, Dr. Favor. Derek, last question for you. What role, what role do you see per economy, e.g. fraud detection, identity solution, etc.?
Great. Let me give you one practical example, and I'll try and make it relatable for everyone. So like I mentioned earlier, synthetic data can be used to help train your AI fraud models. Fraud, what you want your fraud models to be trained on is obviously so for example, we're seeing the image recognition AI. The AI, what is and also what is not. So in the context of fraud, usually then your actual transactions which made it through the authentic transactions. So when you have a very small or not very effective, it's rather high. So what can you do? You can use synthetic data, right? Then you put that into your training model so that you then help the fraud models before. And fraud affects everyone from telcos, insurance companies, banks, etc. Yeah, as a practical implementation steps. The first thing which you should always identify is your use case. There are different uses for pets or for any technology, right? You're ensuring, you're enhancing efficiency. Whenever you talk to your CFO, your finance manager, which of the things would be most interesting to your finance manager? The first one, right? Revenue. they always want to, it's always about legal compliance. I mean, I'm a lawyer, but I still am very realistic and practical. So when you think about implementing pets or any technology, think about it that way. Come with something which would interest your business, your finance team, as to why they would invest into this technology, because it is, as what Maurice mentioned, fairly costly. It's still a cost, but look, there's going about potential revenue driver or reduction in expenses. That's the first thing. We talk about collaboration. There are two parts of collaboration there. One, internal collaboration and external collaboration. The external collaboration is also important for this very simple reason. A lot of these pets and privacy preserving technologies are usually provided vendors or partners outside them.
All
You
right.
need almost there.
You have 2 seconds.
2 seconds. You need a consistent way of comparing them.
Yeah.
And metrics.
Be buzzing. People want to ask. So do we have questions from the audience or comment? Time has really gone. No, we need to get, reaction from the audience. Question. Time is going. Let's do this fast with the speed of light. All right. Okay. Please, can we give them the mic? Yeah, please, can you come forward? Sorry, please, if you don't mind. Let's do this very fast. Time, we are overrunning our time. Please, can you please come, please. All right. No African time. We're running global time.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And I sincerely want to thank the Honorable Commissioner for the
Please, can you go straight to the question?
Yes, I'll do that. You mentioned necessary technology to be implemented to protect data, because those devices, keeping those data are needs to be protected. So open source technology to protect their infrastructure. That is one. Two, what are your views regarding, for example, your edge firewall, perimeter firewall, you have it from a single vendor, then the core device from a single vendor, then the one serving access to your in-house generous kind of nature, infrastructure in nature in place. Thank you.
All right, so who wants to take?
Okay. Hello, sir. Please, let's capture the questions.
All right.
Trade area.
Okay.
And the whole idea is to foster business,
Yes.
cross-border businesses. Well, I don't know how we are collaborating. What is the extent of our collaboration with maybe AU on the Data Policy Initiative and also United Nations Economic Commission on our own data and digital identity activities?
Yeah,
so it's good
that
to
question
hear
is for
from
you.
that perspective what is happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Don't worry, we have a distinguished honorable commissioner to answer that. Please, can we?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much for that. First, it is forbidden for you to have a kind of homogeneous way of protecting your network. It's decided for you to have the same, to put all your eggs in the same basket by thinking of either having one solution or one OEM to be the one to protect all your domains of your enterprise landscape and have that false sense of security, because it is totally wrong. It's not really encouraged. What are your crown jewels and what is important for you? So as you protect, you also consider privacy, and there goes the governance to have of an oversight on what you're trying to protect. Thank you.
All right.
If you don't verifiably protecting the data, then that's actually the building as well as the contents.
By your question, mistake-free software for open source, PPT of any sort or any software of any source. Sometimes you hear these questions and what a person is actually amongst others. In terms of the network bit, my feedback is you know your network better. Like she said, go to Gartner. Even if you pick a typical car today, you can have a Toyota with both speakers. Ask yourself why Toyota is putting that use Cisco for everything or use Huawei or use any of these solutions. Know your network. Or it has to be a fine balance between value delivery.
Open source is not synonymous to free software. So you need to understand that is a technical issue. Why privacy, data privacy is a legal issue, right? But then, here it cannot exist without data protection. And I'll give you a practical example because possibly you are susceptible to an SQL injection vulnerability. SQL injection is a form of vulnerability because all the data will be in clear text. But just imagine you have implemented all the, let's say, encryption. Even if the SQL injection is exploited, but the data stays in the hand of what? Of cyber criminal. And that is actually the importance of data privacy. So, data protection. So, Honorable Commissioner, the question about AU collaboration.
African Data Protection Authority is to involve the African Union when we have events. And even in the last year alone, we had one event in Morocco where we had the African Union attend. However, I'm quick to say it's an area that could actually benefit and explore in terms of how then do we make sure, as people are doing annual reports on many other things, including internet. It's one of the things that should come out as a communique from this workshop in terms of strengthening that relationship, given the importance of data in the current era. We have to recognize that African Union has done.
As a comment.
Just very quickly, on the open source question, definitely open source has a part to play. For example, homomorphic encryption, which you see, all makes it secure and makes it effective. So it's not just open source and the technology itself, but the value of the masterclass, we'll be providing you with some thoughts around the questions.
Thank you very much, distinguished panel. We've rounded up and,
On the question on collaboration between, there is now an existing data governance forum at the level of African Union. Insisted that those that will implement the framework will be members of NADPA. That is data protection. Whatever we are doing in our individual countries, if AU is not involved, it won't really make it. We may recall that part of the charter that laid the foundation for data protection in West Africa was the countries in West Africa. And I personally signed as the chair of that committee. And ECOWAS is putting in place structure.
Talking about data protection, data privacy, it's about people, process, and the technology. It's a tripartite. So please, make sure. Don't think because, it's only just about the technology is the key. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A big thank you and a round of applause for this wonderful session chaired by Adewale Obadari. With him, Maurice Coyle, a round of applause for him. Derek Ho, a round of applause. Romario Sier, represent Dr. Favor. Please let us have a round of applause for all of them. Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Photo maintenant avec Dr. Olatunji, s'il vous plaît. C'est nécessaire. Sans lui, as I am standing here, I'm cyber secured. This, by the way, this is the most secure place here for now. Invitation. D'accord? And then we talked about the esports yesterday, where we said the entrance there. So it's ongoing. So just go there and then participate in that. Okay, rest? C'est tout?
Thank you to our speakers and the chair of that particular session. We're still throwing lights, speaking on safeguarding trust by the Director General and CEO of Nigeria's National Identity Management. Joining her is Saadatu Falila Hamu, the Managing Director of Hamu Legal. Let's also welcome her as she takes her seat.
Good morning or good afternoon again, everyone. It's like our good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here, and it's about this because this conversation is not only timely, but it's also very essential. And I believe we're focusing on the Nigerian experience. As we know, all of us are relying on data. No longer just about I've protected my data, but there is also the issue of access. Everyone. Nigeria has been at the forefront of leading this conversation. I'm proud to sit and discuss her experiences, the strides she has taken in So thank you again, Dr. Abisoya, and I'm really, really glad to finally meet you and discuss this with you. So reflecting for us briefly, not just for the Nigerian who sort of started this role.
Good morning, everyone. Dear brother and colleague, we have been on a very successful where we are right now. So the NIMSI Act 2007 established African countries and also non-African countries. So in non-African countries and in Nigeria, we have 1,200 offices. So we have, which is about 774 local governments. And then we also have co-location offices, sister agencies like FIRS, FRSC, and the rest. The president's 8-point agenda. The first one speaks to the issue of evidence. The second one speaks to the establishment and creation of and maintain a general multipurpose card. The fourth one speaks to the integration and how we provide authentication and verification time. But I would also tell you what the challenges were and what 20 million NINs so far. So we have issued that. We clap for that.
Another one,
Nigeria. We ensure that people are not excluded. And one of the key issues that developed a platform for digitizing integrated that process with our National Identity Management System database. And this started in October 2023. And we've made very good from birth, which means that they have a legal identity from birth, which then means that they should have no... Now, going back to those that have already captured their NIN, we decided that we need to do quite a lot of things around that to come and update this information. And we thought to ourselves that when we had worked with the Nigerian Immigration Service under the supervision of the Minister of Interior, for those of you that are online, you will see the tremendous work that he's doing in the Ministry of Interior. So we sat down together, things that we obviously realized. We looked at it and said, how do we simplify this process for them? Obviously, you need identity, right? Now, NIMSI's, just for the record, NIMSI's data is said as functional data. So that functional data sits on the identity data. So we sat down and we said, okay, we looked at the whole process. And NIS went live on we need to ensure that NIMSI is the only single source of truth for foundational data. So what we now then did is compare the databases at the back end. So if on his name has Vincent Olatuji, but they didn't has his middle name on the immigration data, there will be a point of reference sending you back to NIMSI to go and update you, which allows without you coming in, because you need to confirm your biometrics, right? So the application allows you to get your details. And you know, one of the things that we also did was included in another in real time through APIs. So what then happens is they see that reflection, collaboration, we've been able to take, you know, great steps across board on that. Now, I'm also going to speak to the database. It looks like you're throwing your previous administration under the bus. I'm not about that. I'm one that all of our infrastructure in the back end, and we went from the front end to the middleware to we have some of the best technologies in-house. And when I came on board, I said, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. So business continuity is something that we need to continue to do in Nigeria to make sure that when you come on board, you continue the existing business, our capacity, because we currently had, at the time, 100 million capacity. So which means that if you want to capture an estimated population, we have done that and increased it to 250 million. We also got there and realized that some of the licenses were, you know, either close to expiry dates or some had recently expired, so we had to work to ensure that we renew that. We've also looked at the biometric in terms of the biometric identification service that we have, and looked at how can we sort of tighten the threshold that we have to make sure that there's no room for any loopholes at all. So we've done quite a bit, and we still have some upgrades in process, and we've done a lot. We've also looked at the cybersecurity component of it. At the moment, we have some approvals which are going to the next FEC for them to give some pending approvals from FEC, which will be presented at the next FEC by the minister. And introduce the devices in terms of how can we get registration done or enrollment done as quickly as possible. So we have the all-in-one devices, which are international standard devices where you're able to capture the biometrics, and also looked at regarding that is the front-end partners. We have a project, 148 Nigerians initially, but it's been increased to about 107, whatever you do from the government perspective. So we have a handshake with the private sector where we have created a local government level. We call them the front-end partners, and we've ensured that these front-end partners with NIMSI, working on behalf of NIMSI to be able to increase the total number of data protection parts of things. So we have our certificate. We are a data controller. Okay, so please, it shows you that we're doing our work. Can you clap for us, please? And the Data Protection Commission. And also what we also did was to ensure that our staff, the cybersecurity issues, we've also ensured that they get a certificate of compliance from the Data Protection Commission, which is very, very important because identity and data protection and privacy go hand in hand. They're more or less Siamese twins, as I would call them, okay? Going down to the front-end partners, we are now going to the ward because Mr. President wants all Nigerians to have a legal identity because identity is the bedrock foundation for effective governance. If a country or a government doesn't know the total number of people it has, it cannot plan effectively for the people. It cannot manage its resources effectively. And so he has mandated that before the end of this year, which is a very ambitious target for us.
We're sure you can achieve it.
We humbly put that we are working towards delivering on this mandate, which means register and enroll every single Nigerian before the end of the year 2025.
Wow.
Okay? So we need a lot of encouragement because we feel that we are capable and we can get this done. The list. And now going down to the GMPC card. What we have done is we've looked at the EID. For the first time, we're doing the identity and finance, and I will speak to that. I'm sure you've heard of the process digital public infrastructure. It's like a stacked process, and it speaks to 3 core components. You were talking about identity, finance, and data exchange. So I'll give you an example. If you look at your normal banking app on your phone, you're able to log in and perform your financial transactions over that data exchange from one party to another. So that's simply put and simply explaining what that technical divide between government and its people, government and its citizens. So we came up with the concept of how do we then ensure that we have a card that has the scalable option, scalability
Wealth, finance.
So I will speak to critical components, enabling access to services, because identity is agriculture, etc. So what we have now done is we have this EID that's on this EID, and also whatever private sector services that have been onboarded onto that, and you're able to use that card in real time, government's needs. So we have a G2P card called Government to People card, which means that you're able to then access whatever interventions government has planned for the farmers, or the various interventions with services. You need to look at areas like the student loan. For the first time in Nigeria, there is student loan. Are there any students here? Please clap. And I'll tell you why. I'm going to explain why this is so important, and I laud and I applaud the initiative GCFR for this student loan. And it's very, very important because, you see, with the economy challenges we've had for so many years, but school, they must be able to have some access to finance. And it's been very key that you have a platform where you can apply. And I'll tell you what excites me the most, the commissioner's office, DPR, sit down, wait in his reception for 10 hours because you need him to influence. Now you have a system where you can go online, you follow the requirements they've asked you to upload, you put in your name, first of all, which verifies your identity. It confirms that in Nigeria it's very important. We have a system riddled with corruption where in the past there has been a lot of ghost beneficiaries. So using identity, we will eliminate identity fraud. So we know that this person has applied for the loan. And the beauty of the NIN is that it will show you the life cycle management, end-to-end life cycle management of that individual to show this is what they have been doing. So for new children that are born, you will say life cycle management from when they were born, if they were beneficiaries of the school feeding program at a certain age, when, which location, all the way to the university level, up until the point of them getting unemployment. So this is very, very, very key in terms of transforming the digital ecosystem in Nigeria and in harmonization. And I'm going to speak to the challenges that we have. We have successfully been able to integrate a lot of the agencies. But I would also speak to the fact that there are some agencies that have little or no technology available. So in the instances of those that have little technology, which is very, very, very key for us to be able to ensure that government itself has completed its automation process for digital use and provision of services. So we need to be able to do that. What we have done, and the beauty of this is, we're foundational data, they are all functional data. Once they start to speak to each other, what then happens is, you don't, as an individual, I'm looking at it from the people's perspective, because I'm very, very people-focused, okay? I'm people-centric. When you look at it from the people's perspective, you don't want to go to multiple government agencies where it's bored. So what we have tried to do is to make sure that we integrate all the fragmented databases across board, and then ensure that, and we have done that in most cases. I think all we have left is to integrate other use cases like INEC. So we've just done FIRS of recent, and what we're trying to achieve is to make sure that when you go anywhere to government or also in the private sector, because we've done that with the MTN. So in the case of MTN, telcos, or even the banks, they use the NIMC, they use the NIN for verification purposes. We need to continue to ensure that for government services, we're able to authenticate the identity of those people, because it will help us in terms of effectively managing our resources across board. And then integrating all those fragmented the databases definitely reduces the issues around duplication of data sets being collected by multiple agencies. So you have one true source of truth, so a single source of truth in terms of collection of data. And that's what we've been working on. If I also speak to the authentication and verification services that we provide, we recently upgraded our verification service to be able to provide optimal performance. So initially before, it might take you about 10 to 15 seconds for you to be able to verify that individual. But now we have been able to achieve under 1 second.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you. So those are part of the transformative changes that we're bringing to what we're doing. And what I also want to speak on is the authentication. We just launched the NIN Auth, and this is very core to my heart, and I will tell you what this NIN Auth does. It's called the NIN Authentication Platform. And what it does, it's an app, you download it. It gives back, it's basically as the centralized identity, and it gives back your data. So it gives the people back their data, and you're able to use this data for innovation. You're able to use your data. You can choose what data to share for what services, because not every service requires your whole information. So you should be able to ensure enabling access to services right at your fingertips. So we have government services that will be put on that application, and we also have the private sector guys that also for you to have control over your data. I think you guys need to understand that we're working hand in hand on this with data protection, and then obviously you log in with your biometrics, so your authenticity of data comes into play. So we have been able to do that. So I will tell you challenges about data statement that was, but what we are trying is we're working with it. So on that, tackling the key to this, we have made a lot of arrests. We've shut down, prosecute people, but it's not just that. It's a three-pronged approach. Realizes that we need to do more than staff at NIMC staff, and also protect their data, especially our officers working with the security agencies. I've seen a lot of collaboration across ministries, departments of success we have achieved in NIMC.
Wow. So you see, but the good thing is, when someone has been working so hard, you never even see them. So the chance you have to see them, we cannot let you go away. We must ask you questions. Otherwise, I don't think anyone really the core function of NIMSI, which it's usually overlooked, and I'm glad to see of the 5 things you've mentioned, all of them are already in progress. Creating integration and collaboration, as well as the GMPC card, which is also in progress. But most importantly, you're also creating a framework for the private sector to be part of this process. But critically, as citizens, you are really setting the chart for the new countries who have reached that point of self-sovereign identity using decentralized ledger. My imagination is that the path NIMSI is working towards?
It is, but let me let you finish asking
No,
your
go
question.
ahead.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
It is. So this is the first time that we're doing something similar in terms of digital identity in Africa. And we are also supporting a lot of African countries because we've had quite a lot of study tours for them to come to Nigeria to learn how we're doing it. So it's bigger than just NIMSI. It's basically for us as Africans. And if you know something that's very important, and the beauty of African culture is that you are raised again, your environment forms the basis of who you are as a person. So it's home, local, wherever we are, people will say one thing. Nigerians are always forward-thinking. They're very...
Nigeria towards the digital transformation in Africa as a leader. I will only be able to take 2 questions.
Apologies, please. Our time is far beyond. It will affect other programs.
It will
Apologies.
affect all other programs. That's okay. But I would please beg your indulgence to allow me leave the door. I know we've heard so many exciting things that NIMSI is doing, especially on ensuring not only the safety of our digital identity, but access, inclusion, but collaboration, not just with the government agencies, with the private sector. A critical challenge we also face, I'm sure, and many of you have gone to do your passports, and they say go to NIMSI. I think we've crossed that hurdle. But I think for me, what I'm taking away from this session is I now have control of my data. I can decide how it functions. Offices across the 774 local governments. It's then no surprise you were able to reach 120 million. All I will say is to you is, we're in this room together with you to work on this journey. Oh, I've been given the privilege. Under 5 minutes. You know, it's not up to me at this point. I've been given a blank card.
Can I chip in the agenda?
Point in your hand, she has walked up. Yeah. Straight to the point, please. Straight to the point.
Data integrity. Because especially we in Nigeria, we have a lot of ages. Today to check online what happens in the UK, you can't change your age. The fingerprints. What is the place of the fingerprints?
Question is on accuracy.
Just hold on. Let me just quickly address her question. So thank you for the 2 birth and death registration, where we ensure that we update the registration. There are certain guidelines that the National Population Commission has put on your date of birth instantly. You must submit those documents, upload them, and do age. Or you are a footballer that lies about your age, because we have seen a lot of old footballers. So those are the issues that we're tackling. But you also, so we do face capturing for the younger kids. We don't do fingerprint capture. You can't capture the fingerprint of a little baby at all. But what we do is we do for...
So my question is on accuracy. I know all the point for NIMSI is to onboard living persons on the database. So is there any mechanism put in place? Let's say someone gets disease. Okay, I said the whole point for NIMSI is to have living persons on your database, right? And when you're talking about accuracy question.
If somebody is deceased.
If somebody dies, exactly. How do you onboard that person off your...
Death revocation in real time. So we have to work on the death model to make sure that we're able to make sure anybody that has been issued a death certificate will then around how to go about this and what then confirms that. So we follow all the due processes on that. Thank you very much.
They collaborate. You see, now I'm even part of them at this point. We collaborate across board. I know this is the beginning of many conversations. She mentioned that there is going to be a press conference. I think you should follow the NIMSI website. 1, our data is safe and secured. Number 2, we're advancing not just in terms of Africa towards the digital transformation in the world when it comes to identity. Thank you so much for this honor, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for cerebral and engaging. And then, of course, the moderator is also somebody that is passionate about the... Please give them... taking them already? You're going to take the pictures again. Please, on board. Wait for your time. Thank you so much. We so much appreciate the brilliant. So, engineer, we hope you're not leaving yet. Shaping Africa's privacy future, preparing the next generation of privacy professionals that will have data protection authorities in the digital age. That will happen at Ogunasarawa, over there like we had yesterday, and that is enabling privacy and innovation through privacy, so that we have an easy movement. Salle A, ça sera ici, c'est-à-dire en matière de protection de la vie privée. Ça c'est ici. Salle B, gardien du numérique. Ça c'est pour nous, disons, améliorer la protection de la vie privée. And that one will happen at, nous avons des voitures pour aller là-bas. We have vehicles outside that would convey you to where we had them yesterday. It's happening at Borno Rivers, the master class. It's happening at Borno Rivers. Your headphones, please drop them. You don't need them. The headphones, kindly leave them here. Yes, Ogunasarawa and the Borno Rivers. So Rumbi, Salbe, Ogunasarawa, Salse, Borno Rivers. If you are not moving, it means you want to be, you are not interested in a master class. You want to be for Room A, Shaping Africa's Privacy Future. Ogunasarawa Salbe, Borno Rivers Salse. So like we said, we have the other one. So if you are interested in a masterclass, you are not to be here. Room B is, you go outside, you enter a vehicle to take you. B, salle A, il faut rester ici. Salle B et C, il faut sortir. Yeah. Salle B, c'est dehors. C'est dehors, il y a avec la voiture pour aller là-bas. Il faut entrer dans une voiture. Oui, oui. Yes, A is here. Salle A ici. All here for all A is here. Oh, second. Yes. This session you are seeing is happening here. I'm told you shouldn't go with the headphones there. There's provision for that side. Leave the, il faut laisser la casque ici. Masterclass, c'est là-bas. Outside here. Masterclass is not holding here. Outside. You enter a vehicle outside, it will take you there. He is not here. It's happening at Ogunasarawa. You need to board a vehicle that will take you there. The bus is waiting. Happening simultaneously. Masterclass is Borno Rivers. You need to board a vehicle. Dans une voiture pour aller là-bas. Masterclass. Mais salle A, c'est ici. No, they don't want to stay. They want to go for masterclass. Data Protection Authority, Najmo Kumar Fiasco. She will join us shortly. Please notify me when she's. And then we have Azure Business Lead Africa, Microsoft, Chooks Opaka. Okay, that's you? Okay, that's so she's around. Najmo Kumar Fiasco is around. Please a round of applause for her. From Somalia. Takyor. And we have Ivan Anya, Chairman, Board of Association of Licensed Data Protection Compliance Organization of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Ivan Anya. Okay, we have, okay, that's Chuka Opaka, right? Thank you. All right, please, let's celebrate them all with a generous round of applause. One, s'il vous plaît, une heure seulement.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for staying for this session. And I guess let me congratulate you first on worthy of your decision. So this is a panel regarding, that's going to discuss Shaping Africa. Very impressive panel to speak to the issues. So myself, I'm the moderator, or as they've called me, the chairperson for the panel. So my job is actually quite simple, to ask difficult questions to this impressive panel and try to make sure we keep you, the audience, engaged, and also ensure that, you know, it's all interactive. So because it's a smaller group, I think we can take questions in between as we go along to make it interactive. We're the last panel before you and lunch, so we have to make sure you're awake and make sure that you're listening to us. And of course, because this is a very topical issue, to keep it interactive. So I'm just going to start by introducing the panelists. So starting with my sister from Somalia. Of course, we're very welcoming in Nigeria, so I must of course start with my sister who has braved, you know, the skies and has come to visit us in this in Abuja to attend this conference. So Najmo Kumar Fiasco is the Director of International Cooperation at the Somalia Data Protection Authority. So Najmo, please give a wave so they know who you are. I said just a little wave to the audience so they know who they don't think it's Mr. Bauer today that's that's Najmo. So, and since its inception, Najmo has been building the foundation and helping to shape the strategic direction and overall development of that agency. She served as the head of compliance there as well and has helped to align Somalia's data protection framework with international best practices and ensuring she's very interested in e-governance and is also a strong advocate for the integration of privacy by design principles. So everybody's bio, by the way, is online as well on the NADPA conference website, so you can access it in more detail and see all their credentials there. So this is a very brief summary that probably doesn't do justice to the full extent of their competencies and even their credentials, but I'll just summarizing. So Rahima Olawi is one of our greater tomorrows. She's the final year law student at the University of Ilorin, Kwara State, and is extremely interested in the intersection of technology, policy, and law, and particularly privacy and data protection. She's established a data privacy club in the university and is a fellow of the Nigerian School of Internet Governance, as well as a Pan-African Youth Ambassadors for Internet Governance. So she's one of the young people who's not just interested in sharing data, personal data liberally, but is quite interested in the flip side of it, which is the governance and the privacy and protection aspects of it. So she's attended training programs, including one on the Internet Society by Harvard and another one by the European Center. And she's also the recipient of the Rising Star Award at PrivCon Nigeria. She also works as a governance, which obviously for the future generation is critical. and even for us as well, but more so for them. So, and Chukuma Okpaka, Chuks Okpaka is the Azure Business Group subsidiary where he's the strategic subject leader and for planning and directing and the execution of the Azure business strategy in Africa. And I'm sure he'll tell us a little bit more about that when he's speaking. He was at Hewlett-Packard for 20 years and business leader whose experience spans financial services, public government, education, and so many areas. So he also is very interested in academics. He spent 2 years as a senior lecturer at the Durban Polytechnic. Extreme right. Dr. Ivan Aya is the chairman of the Board of Association of Licensed Data Protection Compliance Organizations, ALDAPCON. And he's an he's an IS assurance and IT governance professional. He holds several certifications, which I think competes very favorably with the gentleman that had 61 certifications. So we also are very well certified on this panel, thanks to Dr. Anya. And he's also an approved trainer. He's the managing director and CEO of Business Intelligent Technologies, who's also a licensed DPCO by the NDPC. He's a member of the Strategic Roadmap and Action Plan Committee and also of the NDPC. And I've saved the last and certainly by no means the least. And I said to him that I'm very happy that, I'm the chairperson here and I can, for once in my life, so I will savor it, direct Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye, who, as they say, the fear of him is the beginning of wisdom in terms of regulatory compliance. So, Mr. Bamigboye is the head of Legal Enforcement and Regulations Department, Nigerian Data Protection. I don't know if I can award you the chief finer. So any organizations that get fined is Mr. Bamigboye. And but the beautiful thing about him is that his disposition when he's engaging colleagues and the public is very different from when he's wielding his sword of compliance and ensuring that he keeps all of us safe in terms of our personal data. So he's not to be feared. You just have to make sure that you comply. Am I right? Okay, sir. So he has vast experience in litigation, legislative drafting, and arbitration, over 20 years. And of course, all know that data privacy is a human right, which even is in our for ECOWAS in 2018, for the ECOWAS Common Market in 2018. And he actually started at NITDA before the NDPC in spring 2018. So with that very long introduction, you now know that you're in the right place to speak to the right people. So in terms of our panel, I think we have some very interesting questions. I forgot myself. I'm a partner in the law firm Alukano Yebode, and I head up the governance, risk, and compliance team that provides services in data privacy and protection advisory. And then we're also licensed DPCOs as a firm. And we have offices in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, and we're a full-service law firm. And I've worked in various organizations, of which some of my former colleagues are in the room, in telecoms and in the oil service industry. So I've worked in-house and also and now in private practice. And hopefully I'll be able to add some value to the conversation today. So I'm going to start. As I said, the greater tomorrow is here with us, and I'm always, very awed by what the youth have to say. And we would agree that technology, in terms of it being embraced and its application, is done most aggressively by the youth. So Rahima, I'm coming to you. So what are your thoughts in terms of the intergenerational needs and the significantly in terms of perhaps the older generation who tend to be the ones that are in power or in the offices of governments and in the private sector in leadership? They may perhaps have a different perspective or approach. So what do you consider to be perhaps a balanced approach between the competing needs and competing perspectives?
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here today. So I think when we want to discuss privacy and the intergenerational perspectives, it is important that we understand that if we want privacy to work for everyone, we need to explain it in a way that will work, that they can understand. So for the older generations, that can refer to them as the baby boomers, it is more about understanding how their data is being used. Although older generations are mostly susceptible to things like financial fraud because they don't understand how this technology works. So it is better for them to get a understanding of the risk that they need to watch out for. And you have to also consider the fact that these things can differ between like cultural perspectives, but there's this thing called consent overload. So millennials start off being interested in protecting their privacy, but along the line there are, you are coming across many different platforms where you always have to give your consent, and then you get overloaded with that, and then you tend to take more of a backseat eventually. So for Gen Z, I can say it's mostly about convenience. So they will be willing to give more of their information out if it means that they have convenience. So take social media now, for example, because Gen Z is mostly the age of social media, so they would be willing to give data that will make sure that, okay, the algorithm works for them, and these are the things that can affect the way they relate with privacy settings and all of that. So if I wanted to say a balanced approach, I would look at things like default protection, particularly for the older generation. So rather than opting in, rather than opting out, the settings should be, rather than opting in, it should be opting out. So all the settings should already have the highest level of privacy protection that they can be there. And so then they can now go back and now reduce it or alter it in the way that they want to. So another thing is transparency, and not just being transparent in saying the things that you are doing, but putting it in a way that anybody can understand. So considering the older generation now, technical language might be hard for them to follow up with. So it has to be simple, that anybody can read it and understand, regardless of what generation they are coming from. Then tiered settings, which also falls in line with my opinion on default protection. Then education and literacy is obviously something that has to continue, and not just in rooms like this, but also with people on the street, in different kinds of offices, not just people who already are in this space. Another thing is regulatory guardrails. So regulation and the regulatory bodies should ensure that as they are starting, they are focusing more on people of the older generation that need more protection than the younger generation that already understands how the things work. Then intergenerational dialogue, obviously, we have older people that understand, talk to other older people so they can relate with each other. Gen Zs can also talk to Gen Zs can talk to older generations, and so everybody can have a harmonized approach. So I feel like that's how I would answer that question. Thank you.
Clap and encourage her, even though she aged me so much that she called me a baby boomer. And if you know, baby boomers are like 60 years old. So I have, even worse. So a bit of trauma. Maybe she has to buy me dinner or something, but there's free dinner tonight to make up for that, Rahima. But that was a beautiful, I think, answer. And I heard consent overload, which I certainly know that I feel, and then putting guardrails around that, and then perhaps saying that the regulator needs to look at perhaps those issues around the younger generation. But I'm also going to ask Chooks to then come in to address the same question in terms of, and try to defend us. I'm going to say that you are Gen X like me, not baby boomer. So please rescue us from how we're viewed by the younger generation. But she's made very valid points, but we'd like to hear what your perspectives are with regards to the balanced approach.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. And just to lend some more voice to what she just, her perspective on the intergenerational needs of people regarding data and privacy. I think for the importance cannot be undermined, but first, when you have different generations, there's the generation that is like native This is where we have a lot of issues trying to understand. So they are already used to signing up on things, providing their credentials. And I think when it comes to the other part is the integration of cultural perspective in the data management and privacy management. So for the younger ones are supposed to behave, because all this actually tilt into the digital world we are all in today. So inclusive training or inclusive education is important, so that across the generation, there is a comprehensive curriculum that caters for different generations and deliver solutions across board. Also, when you look at the intergenerational, I think clearly the use of technology is the bedrock for everything. And technology provides, there will always be a platform for you to get engaged. So I think everybody needs to, key into it so that you're not being left out, what you're supposed to be taking advantage of. And then also from the point of view of next generation of policies that need to come out, is also these new generations we are talking about that will help us to drive those policies. So clearly, I key into what she's saying, that there needs to be that balancing act. Inclusive training, adoption of technology. Of course, sometimes we may feel averse to technology and the rate at which even new technologies are coming up, this direction also. These are not things we should run away from. Rather, we should be open to understand better so that as we engage in the digital world, we are sure we are engaging in a platform that we trust and also trust us, in a platform that can do and behave the way we want it to behave. I listened to the morning session, and I think it's a lot of information about the impact of pet and how technology can actually help. So for me, awareness and skilling is very important across all generations. You cannot run away from technology, and you cannot be left out. We all have to embrace it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chooks. That was really very helpful. And I think that, when we also even look at the future, the younger generation, some of the things that perhaps that we can think about as well is that whilst they embrace it, there's also certain things that we have even seen in today's environment, which things like the right to be forgotten is very useful for people like them, because we've seen people where cancel culture has meant that things that they have done in the past has come to haunt them in their future lives when somebody brings up a video. And for the older generation, sometimes some people are so unaware as to the extent of technology that they do things that they don't realize exposes them significantly. So I'm going to come to Dr. Anya and ask that, considering and I'll just point at this stage that we have our time has been shaved up by 30 minutes as our NIMC CEO was talking. My heart was just going down because I knew that was going to be chopped out of our time, and that's what happened. So we have to speak faster and reduce, in terms of timing. So Dr. Ania, in terms of the tension between what I see as Africa's need to leapfrog on the technological advancement, and one of the examples of that leapfrogging is, for instance, in Nigeria, we jumped over landlines and moved into mobile telephony. We had from 400 landlines when NITEL was a thing. Some people may not know NITEL. 400,000. When NITEL was a dominant, a force over our lives, to now over 100 million. My MTN Airtel colleagues can tell us what the exact numbers are. So now we need to leapfrog again in terms of technological advancement. AI is upon us. There's so many things. So how do we sort of balance this tension between that and the imperative to uphold the data subjects' rights and ensure that through strong compliance monitoring and enforcement, we're able to progress. We don't want to be left behind on technology because it's a driver for us, but we also want to protect our data rights. Can you please speak to that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps Africa will be said to be lucky this time in this age where some of the technologies that we are discussing, AI and all that, we have people, we have the strong youth population, good brains that are able to get to do some of these things, unlike the previous generation where during the industrial age, Africa couldn't catch up. But I think within the technology space, as we find ourselves now, things like AI, we've talked extensively, and we'll continue to discuss this, and what happens in implementing AI and adoption of technologies within the fintech industry, within the telco, and all that. What happens actually? Now, I strongly think that when this when the rights of data subjects have to be preserved, it means that at the time when we are implementing technologies, so automatically, most times, the rights of data subjects can be infringed upon because sometimes we want to bypass a number of things, we want to jump some controls, and as a result, we are infringing on the rights of data subjects. However, I think in Nigeria, we have done something a little stronger. The NDPC is actually on its toes, attempting to bring out regulations that touches on some of these emerging technology areas so that the risks that we find ourselves facing, can actually be circumvented. So basically, I think that the Commission is doing excellently well, and we think that with this, if other countries should leverage what the NDPC have done over the last 1, 2, 3 years, we'll be able to at least preserve the rights of data subjects, as it were.
Vanya. So, and I think that brings me to Mr. Bamigboye. So, Dr. Aya has given you some accolades, and I think we all agree that the NDPC has been extremely alive to its responsibility in terms of regulating this industry, and given that, in terms of even our own, my firm's engagement with the NDPC, we've seen a very robust taking place, but I don't want to speak for him, but it's important to also recognize from the private sector, because, so Dr. Aya is speaking as an expert and also from the private sector perspective. So this tension, Mr. Bamigboye, how do you allow us to enjoy and embrace technological advancement and not fetter our enjoyment? So we enjoy it, and that tension, what is the balance that you feel can be achieved? Because sometimes we see in the news that NDPC is, maybe finding somebody or investigating somebody, and we're like, please, this organization or this institution, I use this for my business, I use this in terms of my content, I use this financial institution as well for my business. So please, how do we strike that balance? Because we assume that those institutions will continue to evolve and develop even further technologies that you may consider to be invasive to some extent.
Thank you very much for that question. Let me start by saying that maybe for the purpose of our discussion, we can say that yes, there is a tension But generally speaking, I like to, you are a traveler, you go to the airport, let's illustrate, maybe 2 hours, but it's going to pass and it will follow the rules. I'm sure really be the tension we talk about. But we must acknowledge that there are another question. We put the calculus of balancing. How do we do that? If you see a lion, he's hungry, he roars, right? If you see he doesn't roar, what sound does the ant make to express hunger? Nobody knows. Are we now going to conclude that the ant doesn't get angry? Or how do we solve the balance? Oh yeah, let us take care of the lion because they are the only ones really roaring. And then the cat does all of them, the ones that are talking, the ones that are not talking. How many data subjects are actually sitting here interrogating? As he's taking care of businesses, he's looking at Nigeria has a population of 230 million people. All over Africa, about 1.4 billion people. We have to think about them. We have to think about the conversation. Now, what do we do? In this instance, we look at first, what is the benefit to the data subject, not even the innovator this time. It's always about the data subject because it's the to him and what is it to the society as well. Before you come to what is the cost to the innovator, how will he be able, taking into account all of this, to say yes? I think we can't accept this risk. You can look at the example done under the AI Act in EU, and of course the recent United Nations resolution on artificial intelligence, which says, yes, let's do this for sustainable development. Therefore, if your innovation is what we benefit, the innovation you are talking about is just going to make your shareholders happier, and really there is no benefit to the data subject, it's hardly something that a responsible regulator, most of us are familiar with the data subjects' rights, so we don't really need to go over them, but I think things around the rights, these are things that we need to be able to take into account by the time we do cost-benefit.
Regulated. So perhaps that's what he's serving when he wields the stick. But I think it's open source and free services and all of that. That if you're not sure as to what the product is, then you are the product, essentially your personal data load, because sometimes you just want to access the service and you're not too mindful of what you're yielding. And that balance is what Mr. Bamgoye is saying must be achieved. So I'll now like to go to my sister so we can hear from her. And given the very difficult circumstances that I think Somalia has had, so Najmo, looking at the unique post-conflict context and the challenges and opportunities that what are the differences and in terms of how your next generation perspectives, because you had to rebuild due to the conflict. And you've seen, the various trajectories in terms of in terms of Nigeria also in conflict that we would potentially learn about how to address.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you to NADPA-RAPDP privacy professionals. I am also honored for privacy professionals, their voices can be heard, right, to answer your questions. So that the government has collapsed in 1991, and after that, completely the public sector have been has to continue, isn't it? When the government is just collapsed. So that led actually most of the public data record, no regulators, and completely without oversight. Development that happened was Somalia government is just, in 2020 for first time, and and then 2020 processed, shared, used in the public sector. And what we have came across is that, also some of them are digitalized, but those who are digitalized from the bottom to the top in any protection was completely, and privacy was completely new to us as a teacher, and then see how they handle data, and literally just, it's not only authority as well, so it's just been a lot of duplications. We don't have national policy. It ends O, but in the north it ends A. So paper-based records, actually another story too. So it was just describing what they have done. I was like, in the context of Somalia, that's what we're dealing. Completely new concept.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Private sector institutions. And now that, and I know that they're doing a lot in terms of awareness raising. Give you a question. I'm not answering. But we know that Nigerians will all joke about or something like that when you buy from the street vendor, right? And so certainly our public institutions, and I think for Somalia, with a representation by the CEO of NIMSI, she spoke extremely well, but we also know that they've had challenges as well that were very much in the public space. So I'm going to then, go to Chuks and ask you with regards to your own view, looking at of privacy professionals. So we want to hone in and focus on the privacy professionals, particularly in terms of the leaps that we have in technological. After he speaks, I would like to take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. One, to make sure you're awake, and just to make sure, because you stayed with us here, to give you the opportunity as well. So this is a smaller group. Let's be interactive. And so please, let's have 1 or 2 questions. So Dr. Tolu and maybe her colleagues can help in terms of questions. So Chuks, over to you to start answering that question.
At least at Africa level, I was very pleased to hear that at least AU is taking specific steps in coming up with initiative around AI adoption for the continent. And I think there are, so if countries go ahead and do their own things, there will be a problem of harmonizing those data sets, and it becomes, you heard about banks having like a technology, or the right approach first is to see that there is some harmony, in the way we approach it. And we'll continue to look forward to organizations like AU, ECOWAS, all those global bodies within the country. I love what, for instance, NIMSI did at the onset. They developed a data set and said, listen, these are the kind of data we want to pick up from the citizens. So anyone who can go to, let's say, Nasarawa State, or want to go to River State, or could go and pick this data. These are the data we are looking for. And that's why you see their operations now all over the continent, all over the country, picking up the right data, and they're able to consolidate all that together because the information required is the same. So if at Africa level we collect those data, sovereign identity, so that wherever you are, it is you. You're doing your business, financial transaction, agri transaction, whatever kind of transactions, but your identity is not compromised. And I think also clearly, if we look at where cutting-edge innovation and technology take place today, permit me to just step in a little into probably what I do at the moment. You see that a lot of the AI initiatives, I think earlier Dr. Derek mentioned that for the AI model to be very accurate, you need to feed that model with synthetic data. The larger the size of that synthetic data, the more accuracy of the AI model. And feeding that data to, sometimes people say, oh, don't go to the cloud. Or you also had a communication around OSS, open source solutions. And I was happy they clarified that open source doesn't mean it's free. So there are open source services that are IP-driven, tech intensity, and that can actually be deployed to drive your business. The point I'm making is this. Those machine learning need to happen at the core before it can be deployed at the front end. So wherever people are, it's important to be sure that they can tap into those critical infrastructure that have been set up to help drive those AI models that can make sense for them. But I think technology like PES that we discussed today can actually help us. You also heard about the commissioner talk about what we call with respect to anonymization of data. One of them also talked about homomorphic encryption. These are technologies that allow us to do computing, wherever you are, without disclosing the identity of actually personal data, PII, all this kind of thing. They are protected. Policies that are national but have very different countries now tapping into it, like we harmonize data. It's easier to drive engagement across, also easy strategy that define the framework of engagement for different countries, and just allowing people to be who they are without, no, it's not like that. I think today we can also even take advantage of AI models that can help us in those data protection. If you deploy AI model for data protection, you're better off than having individuals helping to watch over your data. Thank you.
Thank you, Chooks. So I think that was really quite insightful. So harmonization in Africa is key, and it's good that we're saying that at the more collectively. And I think we see that in the EU, because that's how the EU then became almost the grand norm in terms of, you know, the go-to body of legislation in terms of the best set of principles to perhaps consider for adoption, even though we have even improved on that in Nigeria. I think there's certain elements in terms of our Nigerian laws and regulation that we can see that goes even further, but also working with our sister nations in the rest of Africa. So do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Can we get a microphone to the gentleman over there? Please come forward. Okay, so that's 2 people. So that's it for now. And then, because we have 20 minutes, so please, very, very quickly. A lady. So Mr. Gbamire is, oh yes, I actually saw her earlier. So if you don't mind, sir, if we can keep you to later on, but I'd actually seen her. She was the first to put up her hand when I first mentioned questions. But I will definitely call you in the second round. Okay, sir. So, please be crisp. So, technologically advanced questioning.
So we've been discussing a certain kind of data, but I think Africa is emerging to discuss forensic data, medical data, IT data. We are one of the agencies or institutions that are at the intersection of these kinds of data. When we had COVID, one of institutions in Nigeria received some data from the US. Who is regulating that kind of transfer of biological data? As I know till date, no agency in Nigeria is saddled with that sole responsibility to track biological data, forensic data sharing within this sphere. Secondly, what happens when there's a breach of this kind of data? We have equipments from some of the big institutions, Illumina, Thermo Fisher, that we can only upload to the cloud before analysis. So they have access to this data by proxy. What happens when they jeopardize the privacy regulations that has been signed? What agency can we go to when we feel that our data is being mismanaged at this level?
Okay.
And finally, I want to thank the head of the legal, but I hope that there is some kind of respite going on for people who have been falsely, maybe mislabeled because the regulatory agencies didn't have the kinds of regulations that needed, maybe because they are coming up now, and now they have been asked to pay fines because there was simply no regulation when they started. Maybe it has come up midway, and somehow their compliance officer missed it somehow. Thank you.
Falls within his space. So can we have your question as well, so that whoever is going to answer it can start thinking about it while Mr. Bangboye is putting together his thoughts to address the last
Thank
speaker.
you, moderator. My question is 2 ways. I'm actually looking at this topic for the panel, and I'm asking myself, maybe my sister from the university is the one that is driving something for the young or next generation, as it were. So the question to the other panelists is, what exactly are you doing to raise this future generation that we are talking about? That's number one. How do we sensitize? How do we do more to ensure that there is a lot of information? Perhaps the DG of NIPSI is not perhaps here, I don't know. But this also would go through the legal of NDPC. What exactly do we do with the kind of data that is available anywhere, everywhere in Nigeria, as it were, when you need data and INEC officials can sell data to you. And they tell you, you're a business person, you need to talk to everybody in Nigeria, so pay so amount, and they divulge all our emails, they give all our information. And like I jokingly said to somebody, I said, I have also bought it before. But the question is, how do we protect that data? I have trained in some states in Nigeria, and when they tell me, oh, Dr. Wumi, don't worry, we have laptops to give to you, I discovered that some of those laptops are laptops that have been used either by NIMSI or INEC, and the information of almost every Nigerian is on those systems, not protected, and they are giving it out to organizations to use.
Okay, ma'am.
So what do we do with that?
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I think the first part of your question is one of the questions we already prepared, so which Rahima is actually going to answer. And I think the second part was more from an enforcement perspective, which Mr. Bamgo is going to address the first question and then round up with the answer to your question. So thank you both.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma, for the question, and sir, for your questions. The first question relates to cross-border data transfer, but you identified biological, forensic data, and all of those. If it contains personal data or personally identifiable information, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, under the NDP Act, Nigeria Data Protection Act, is mandated to regulate the transfer of personal data. Prior to the issuance of the Act, actually, I think sometime in 2022, it was Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. They wanted to transfer data to the United States. And I think the agency over there actually told them that they need to get approval from us at that point in time, and we did. So we regulate that. If anyone transfers data without the authorization of the commission, that would be a violation of the Act, and it is something that could be penalized. I think as much Mrs. Adeolu can say so much about that. So we do that. We rely on various measures. In some cases, of course, it may not need approval as it were, that you write the commission. In circumstances where the commission had made prior approval, that is adequacy decision in respect of the country to which data is going. Therefore, you don't have to write back to the commission, I want to move data. But in circumstances where there is no adequacy of decision, in relation to that country, then you could rely on standard contractual clauses approved by the commission, binding corporate rules, also approved by the commission, codes of conduct approved by the commission, or you could rely as well on certification mechanism approved also by the commission. Apart from this as well, which are cross-border transfer instruments, you can rely on the consent of the data subject, as it were, and then that means by going out, by the time they are maybe conducting survey, they tend to ask the data subject whether he consents to transfer of the data, and more often than not, they do, and that is why sometimes we query what kind of consent are you getting from these people that you allows you to do that. Are they even aware of the risk that happens over there? All of this will be vetted in the course of audit, compliance audit returns, even where there is consent or where there is vital interest or for the sole benefits of the data subject. We investigate all of that and be certain that you have not taken undue advantage of the data subject. When there is a breach, of course, that is why we have a network of African data protection authorities and all other institutions. Very soon we're going to sign MOU with Somalia. So for instance, if there is a breach in Somalia or there is a breach in Nigeria relating to Somali data, then of course we'll investigate that. We have an MOU with Dubai and then Canada, and we are just recently returned from the States, FTC. So we are looking at all of the frameworks that can be relied upon in the event of breaches across the border. But if it relates to data subjects in Nigeria, you can always come back to the commission. Then the sale of data. indeed, it may surprise you that data subjects themselves do give out their data, do give out their name somewhere, and some people harvest it and purport it to be coming from NIMSI. That is true. AI can do a lot these days. So you shouldn't be surprised that some of the time, what you think is actually coming from NIMSI is generated by, by systems that people have submitted their data to. But that is not to say that we need not, monitor whatever NIMSI is collecting. And I will have you know that the current registration exercise being carried out by NIMSI was only mandated because of the establishment of the commission. The commission itself is a condition for collection of data by NIMSI, and I believe much will be done in protecting people's data and preventing sales, unlawful sales. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bambui. So I'm going to move to Rahima to address the first part of the question, which I would frame as given the complex data governance challenges and the evolving regulatory environment, that what is the current state of education, training, programs, and professional development, for the future data protection professionals? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ma. So I think I can only confidently talk about what is being done with the NDPC. Since the inception of our club, they have closely worked with me to establish similar organizations in other universities across the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. And so we've tried to duplicate the systems that we have and some of the initiatives that we have as well. Last year, my club planned an event called the Privacy Tech Expo, where we asked students to innovate and create technologies that solve relevant data protection and privacy issues. And so initiatives like that is what we're trying to duplicate in other universities and possibly make it on a national level as well. So that's what is happening in Nigeria and across other countries. I think there is a need for definitely more awareness, but I can confidently say that there are actually initiatives that are geared towards education and training. Like Professor Olayinka said during her session yesterday, that we definitely need to look at how we can integrate data privacy and protection training into like bachelor's degrees and academic programs like that, but added initiatives like a program for them as well. So there are trainings like this, and there's a multi-stakeholder organization called the Internet Governance for this. And so we need to amplify efforts in awareness and letting them know that these options are available for them. And I think it's also important to scale these programs in a way that is understandable for people from different backgrounds. Either you make it relatable to their fields or relatable to their ages and perspectives and so on and so forth. So I think that doing that would help because privacy would already be in action. So even if there is an evolution,
that sort of suggests to me that there's a lot going on, so a lot has to be done in terms of publication of that information, whether it's on the NDPC's website or the websites of the other data protection authorities. And it's good that they're being caught in the universities, but certainly there's a lot of other people as well who are not in university, they've left university or they're not going to go to university, who also need this awareness. So we're down to less than 10 minutes. So Dr. Anya, I feel I've neglected you. Can you please review with us the opportunities for strategic collaboration between industry, academia, government, judiciary, and perhaps also civil society to ensure that we're able to build and sustain privacy knowledge and talent?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. A whole lot is already going on around the opportunities to get people upskilled. So we'll look at the 4 angles of that, institutions. So the first is the government itself. That is, in our own case, the NDPC and other agencies that are involved in some, but pivotally, the NDPC. Glad to say that one of the key things that we reviewed while creating the STRAP document, that's a strategic roadmap for the commission, was ensuring that knowledge and knowledge transfer is one of big pillars, and a whole lot went into that. So the government on the NDPC side is already doing some things about it. And so to speak, we already also now have a local certification body, in which case the National Commissioner did announce yesterday that in January, there are about 500 persons that have been trained, and about 70-75% of them succeeded, got certified. So we are looking up to such ones, their upcoming generation of people. Now, our association is also taking off the plane from there, where we already have collaboration with the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, and a few universities are already talking about hosting the diploma program, that's a high national diploma program, postgraduate diploma program, rather. I think that's what they call it, in data protection, to be able to fill the middle-level manpower that that the industry will be needing. I also have it on good authority that NBTE already have put up the HND in data protection. So all this will be coming on stream very, very soon. So these are all the opportunities that we have. We in the industry are also doing our own parts. The Commission already have about 10 DPCOs who help to guide the certification process that is being run by the Institute of Information Management. So, you already have those that are accredited, and a whole lot of DPCOs that are also providing knowledge in this, and internship as well. So, basically, these are some of the opportunities that we have, and I think it's a big one, into the knowledge space, and for our young ones to find opportunity to latch on to what is coming up next. Thank you, Deolu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anya, and our lovely MC has just given us a lease of life of 10 additional minutes. And I think the people from who went to, they're not back because we'll see them coming back. So please, lunch is not yet served. So please bear with us and still keep listening and keep thinking of perhaps your question. So moving quickly to Chooks, in terms of one, your rounding up answer, but also talking about how we ensure that data protection compliance does not stifle business investment, foreign direct investment, and economic development. I know that being on the private sector side, there's always that, like, we need to innovate, we need to do these things, and we want to develop. We've spoken about that quite a bit, but just to round up, if you can speak to that.
Thank you so much. So absolutely, I think I hinted briefly on this in this line of thought. When we want to protect our data and want to make sure that it's private, sometimes we want to see that it is within the confine of what we have, what I call probably absolute control and total control, from where the databases are, from where the building is, and so on and so forth. And you realize that there needs to be that shift from centralized databases, for instance, to decentralized environment, because some of the cutting-edge technology that we're talking about today, they run faster and better when things are decentralized, okay? That's on one point. But when we want to provide data privacy, of course it's important, but at its peak, it may look as though we need to compromise from how we adopt technology at the edge. Okay? And this is where we need to find a very clear balance so that the compromise is not to the detriment of innovation, it's not to the detriment of creativity of the people. Okay? as much as we want people to, unleash their potential, to take advantage of new technology, take advantage of AI, develop new solutions, launch them as soon as possible, we also want to be sure that they are protected. And I think this is really what we are talking about here. So clearly, there are technologies that are available today that can ensure that personally identifiable information are protected irrespective of where you want to tap into compute to take advantage of, to develop your innovations or creative ideas. So that's when you hear the PPT or PET, we're talking about those cutting-edge technologies that protect your identity and yet deliver the power of technology today. And I think this is really what I would pitch to everybody. Understand those new technologies. Take advantage of them. They protect your data. They protect your privacy. You are secure in that environment. And yet, you're not compromising on how you leverage technology breakthroughs. Because I was saying that we need to feed AI models with a large amount of data. And it's not what you want to say, oh, we have the database. How many terabytes are we talking about? How many petabytes are we talking about? How many? You understand? It's quite vast compute power that is required.
So I think that for people like me, or of my age group, things like saving your password on your phone, or do you use the one that has been prescribed by AI? So AI is the problem, AI is the solution. I find in a lot of ways, even to learn about how to make sure you protect yourself, it's also online from which you learn it. So Najmo, I think we need to hear from you again. And we spoke yesterday about some very interesting things which were peculiar to Somalia. So what are the biggest privacy risks and capacity gaps within Somalia's public institution? How can you protect against, how can data protection be integrated into the government processes and move forward with e-governance initiatives? I know from a security perspective, we were speaking about things like even terrorism, kidnapping, and how, the protection of personal data is linked to that, and how that's a critical issue for you in Somalia. So please share with us.
Thank you so much. That's a great question. So the thing is, like in Somalia, as I said, it's just a country that's recovering from a war. We have this terrorist group where they like to impose illegal taxes and they want to know your financial states. To do so, they need to get access in your financial. So we have seen that when it comes to privacy context in Somalia, it's not as a human right, your privacy has been violated. It actually can cost your life, because if you don't pay these illegal taxes, then they just, like we have real estate transactions, they also like to take these data, whether it's in the financial, whether it's the real estate transactions, or any other sectors. They are also getting access to the government payrolls, actually, and so the risk of privacy in Somalia, it goes beyond, really. What else we have seen also is in the health sector. Sadly, there are some diseases in Somalia where when you get them, you can be discriminated and stigmatized. HIV is one of them. And we have seen that the lack of privacy awareness in the health sector, where your health data can be released to the public easily. And now you're not only struggling with what you go through, you also have to face the discrimination from people, because that's just how it's seen. This is sadly now in Somalia. Also, when we see in women's rights, gender-based violence is a huge thing in Somalia. So when a victim gets raped, sometimes they go and they're being interviewed what happened to them like whether it's the police or others. Their videos will be like, we have seen so many cases where their videos have been released. And in Somalia, if you're a woman and you get raped, you're not only going through what happened to you, you can face a lot of, actually, because of the culture of where we are. you can be like even disowned in some cases. So in every sector, if you go into the health, into the education, we have seen in the education sector where exams can be accessed easily. Sometimes it's put on the board of the wall in the school, and we know how bullying takes in the like your exam scores, these kind of things. So that's why, because of all these things I've mentioned, and as also a new institution, but what we are doing is first go to raise awareness, educate every sector how it applies to enforcement. The privacy concept is completely next stage in Somalia, but also in the public institutions recently that I've mentioned, and I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to be very quick. Like the public sector, there is no data sharing in the public sector. What happens then is a lot of duplications, plus lack of identity, that ID, national ID Somalia, we have just recent, as I mentioned. And now Somalia going forward e-governance initiatives. So the question is, are we putting more risk to people's privacy? How can, this is what led me more interested in the identity solution, because I was like, all these paper-based records, fragmented, siloed systems, we're not the first country going through this. How does this start? How losing your not having a privacy rights in Somalia can cost you life? You can be faced a lot of challenges.
In Nigeria, that's also the case. What is really important to hear it from you, and I think also in terms of that protection of how we're viewed by externally, and that's not needed after a certain amount of time. And then also having policies regards to data retention, how it stores things. I'll just say with Nigerians as well, when we apply for visas, the one they asked you, the one they did not ask you, you have challenging some of those perhaps embassies in terms of even the data that they ask, the bank statements, the aspect of it, because you're being invited to a particular country. Usually, before you become a terrorist, you've already shown that terrorism online. On your social handles should be provided, because they knew that people will tend to start showing traits of perhaps fundamental. A question before, I think it's perhaps the last question that we'll be able to take. But I'll ask of what you would like to leave this auspicious audience with.
Okay. So basically, this whole thing is about getting our next generation of professionals to understand the tracks, the routes, and ultimately the destination that we may want for our country and for our continent. People, as we also get into newer and more emerging technologies, I think all I would just simply say, as the chairman who oversees some of the things coming from the industry of ADAPCON, I would simply want to encourage you to do much more. The opportunities are much. The risks are there. In terms of what happens to the data subjects out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move to Mr. Bamigboye and say that, I've seen the NDPC professionals, and and I even know people who have left private sector to work in the NDPC. So obviously it's an attractive agency to work in. Mr. Bamboye, I know last year you were in the US training at the FCC, and then also the latest feather in your cap in terms of the fellowship that you got. So please, which we see is consistent with best practice worldwide. So how do people become like you when they grow up? Perhaps the younger people, and even people who want perhaps to do a segue in terms of their careers.
It is our prayer that they are even better than us, because the risk they are going to face will be much more bigger than. So if they just turn out to be just like those of us today, that will be something. So I think it's training. We should leverage on training continuously. programs such as this very important. Then also to partner with the universities or the academic environment institutions. For instance, you had a CIPOL yesterday, Center for Information Policy and Leadership. There are so many other universities like that or institutions like that that you could always leverage. I think again is we need to make it attractive. It takes patriotism, I must say, not necessarily the money to be able to work in public service. The private sector or the public sector, they don't pay as much as we all agree. But then if you, out of sheer patriotism, you may want to be able to, look into this area. And again, the industry, not only just the institutions, of course, the practitioners like yourself, your company, your firm, we should have some sort of partnership with them so that at least people can learn. And again, we must be able to outsource some of these things so that it's not just about you being in government. You can rely on expertise from outside. My brother spoke about forensics. You need data across all industries, so you don't even have to bring everybody from every background to work with the regulator. You can always outsource some of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gbamigboye. So I think we just have one audience question. We're already behind time. I see people coming in. It's time for lunch. The lady in the green, yes, in front, is just the one more question we'll take, and then that's it. Thank you. Come forward, please. Or maybe they're not. Please come.
Thank you so much for the, for the DP, NDPC. Where are we now in data protection literacy, or rather I would say digital literacy? You know, I heard about 500 or 5,000 people being trained. So, but generally, where are we, at this level? And even in this topic, we're talking about preparing the next generation of privacy professionals. Are we talking about the younger generations, or are we talking about the incoming professionals that are going to be registered, for this thing? And then which agency in Nigeria, finally, is the host of data in Nigeria? Because MBS will give us data. And I heard him say that, that people need to clarify from them when they're giving out data outside. So who are the hosts? Thank you very much.
I think the last question, there's no one host. There's no one host. So I've answered that one for you. So Mr. Bamigoye, the first question. No, she said that in terms of the protection of the data, that, well, hang on, what? Level of digital literacy. I'm showing my age.
Blinking. Right. Okay. So in terms of literacy, we are making progress. It's still at its infancy. Everybody to gain a certification. Just yesterday, you saw the Mastercard and the NDPC collaboration on Virtual Privacy Academy. It is something that everybody will have access. A NADPA conference will be in indigenous languages. So that is what we are looking at in terms of digital literacy. So we've made progress in that regard, and data, which is just about who you are, basically, your identity, basic identity. That is NIMSI for your birth registration and death registration. Not you particularly, ma'am. Birth registration and death registration. That is Population Commission. Yeah, but every other organization, they collect what they need. That is what you now call the functional data. They collect just what they need to carry out. That is where we are in terms of hosting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bamgoye. Thank you to all the panelists. I think with regards to time, we're out hungry. So we want to thank you all for staying the course and listening, and the conversation constructs. And I hope we've been able to steer the conversation for you and continue. Much appreciated.
We'll have a group photograph, please, ma'am.
his provision on automated decision making are particularly relevant to AI. However, current AI protection laws, including those inspired by GDPR, are inadequate. In most cases, we see dangers when we talk about the intersection of AI and privacy. As one of the ministers leading AI adoption and development in Africa, I will not do justice to the topic without extending this speech into another paradigm, which are called the AI data protection paradigm. So this may take us to this. The AI data protection paradox explains how the same AI complicates the protection of data subjects' rights. For instance, these are inbuilt mechanisms in this technology we are getting scared of to actually help us to enforce privacy. For a case, prompt engineering, the process of structuring and crafting instruction to produce the best possible output from an AI model. The irony for us in this room is that you do not need to know how to code to use it to identify or to detect bias because it uses natural language processing. I give a sample prompt. If you build an AI agent about anyone in the names library, this comes to the problem of masking identity to protect data subjects. With or without usual anonymization, this simple prompt can do a lot for the work we are doing. If you look at the names library, you have millions of names for countries. For us, last week we extracted like 1 million names from that. You do not say anything personal. Discuss about any name in this. Just aligning that, how much some of the problems we're talking of. This is just to say the technology is also simplifying our work as privacy and data protection experts. You do not need to understand tons of codes that may be powering an data subject in this post. Tell an LLM your concern and ask it to craft prompts to address them. Prompting to disclose uncertainty, among other things. These are some of the inbuilt. So, there's talking as we expressing concern about the AI itself. There are inbuilt tools to actually help us as privacy experts. This session is not about prompt engineering, but rather how the same technology that threatens data privacy can be used to protect it. Let me take you also to another one under data protection paradox, the guardrail. The same technology that is posing some challenges to data privacy also provides framework and mechanism designed to ensure the models operate within ethical, legal, and functional parameters. These parameters could be topical, safety, security, fairness, etc., thereby providing foundation for responsible AI. The good news for us in Africa is that top open source foundational models now come with guardrails. For example, I'm at 3.3, and 4 came with guardrails, and the likes of Cisco are providing third-party guardrails for us to use. Another quick one is the principle of explainable AI, that we can encourage developers to showcase what goes on within their model. We can ensure this model move away from black box to what we call a glass box. Development agencies are under the Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. And the minister has tasked NIDA to come up with framework that can help NDPC, a framework for testing what information is captured in the model's representation. Cursor tracing, framework for tracing the flow of information through models. Attention analysis, framework for examining how the model focuses on different parts of the input. Circuit discovery, framework for identifying specific sub-networks responsible for certain behavior. These, among other frameworks, are AI techniques Africa can adopt to continue protecting data subject rights while supporting the emerging technology. The essence of this paradox is just to highlight data privacy protection is becoming fluid and complicated. Still, the same technology that is complicating our responsibilities come with tools to help us. As Africans, we must embrace the two sides, balancing safety with innovation, as we cannot allow Africans to be vulnerable to this transformative technology without protecting them, but at the same time, we must not allow Africa to be left behind. I will quickly move to the strategic initiative, which are just 5. I may not have time to go through them, but I'll just mention them. To navigate the privacy paradox, I propose 5 strategic imperatives that should guide our collective effort. Harmonization with contextualization. This is to accelerate regulatory harmonization across the continent while ensuring contextual relevance. The African Union Data Policy Framework and the Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, Malabo Convention, provide excellent foundation. However, implementation must reflect our diverse cultural, economic, and political realities. In practice, this means developing interoperable frameworks that facilitate cross-border data flows within respecting local values and priorities. It means building on global best practice, from Europe GDPR to emerging AI models. This won't give us opportunity to discuss the EU Act, Act. Another one imperative is the need for us to build African endogenous AI capabilities systematically. This requires strategic investment, digital infrastructure, including secure data center and cloud computing resources, advanced system education and specialized AI training programs. Research institutions focus on AI ethics, governance, and application. Startup ecosystem, developing African-centric AI solutions. The case of TMTT in Nigeria, where we're training 150,000 in AI, ML fellows over the next 3 years, without thousands being trained in privacy-enhancing technologies, which comes under some of the things I discussed under the data protection paradox. The privacy-enhancing technology across our ecosystem. These technologies include federated learning, differential privacy, personality technical standard, procurement policy, and developer education. We will promote privacy by design. Democratic data governance is the 4th one I want to highlight. Election processing and utilization decisions occur without meaningful input from those who are affected. We must create mechanisms that empower citizens to exercise genuine agency over their personal information. In Nigeria, our communal-based digital literacy program are helping citizens better understand data rights and responsibility, transforming abstract legal protection into live realities. Forging strategic partnership is another issue to enhance our collective capabilities. No single nation, institution, or sector can effectively address the privacy paradox. This means strengthening networks like NASPA to facilitate knowledge exchange, capability building, and engaging constructively with global technology companies. Nigeria's involvement with UNESCO RAM, ethical AI, international safety, World Bank working group in AI, partnership with hyperscalers like Microsoft, Meta, Google, AWS, among others, are things we need to seek for at continental level. Ladies and gentlemen, the privacy paradox is complex but not insurmountable. By taking coordinated action, we can ensure that AI development in Africa proceeds in ways that respect human dignity, advance economic prosperity, and strengthen democratic values. Let us also recognize that Africa's unique position, building AI ecosystem without extensive legacy system, presents an historic opportunity to pioneer more equitable, inclusive, and privacy-respecting approaches to technology governance. In summary, to effectively navigate the primary paradox and foster privacy with our data protection law to address the nuances of AIs and provide more tailored protection, informed decisions about their privacy. Promoting transparency and accountability in an AI system through an adoption of privacy-enhancing technology. Finally, fostering international cooperation in AI governance. Congratulations to NASPA for a successful Congress. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa.
Can we have another round of applause for the representative of the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy in person of Dr. Bumi Ajala, the Senior Special Advisor to the Minister on AI Data and Research. Sir, if we could just ask that you take a picture with our National Commissioner up front, please. Dr. Ajala was speaking on the privacy paradox with regards to AI in Africa. Thank you very much, sir, for your contributions to NADPA 2025. And this brings us to the second session on AI and privacy. I'll be handing over to my colleague, Teji.
Thank you very much. Up next for plenary session 4, Artificial Intelligence and Privacy, is the session on the privacy paradox in the age of AI, stimulating innovation while protecting individual rights. And in French, ça sera Ok, ça sera la paradoxe de la vie privée à première de l'IA, promouvoir l'innovation tout en protégeant les droits individuels. Le chair pour cette session, the chair for this session is a globally recognized leader in this on embedding privacy and ethical AI best practices has earned him the trust of government
is here today to chair this session. Please make welcome Tahir Latif, Vice President, Data Privacy and AI Governance Officer, Dubai International Financial Center Authority, Government of Dubai. He's smiling, please. Your applause is making him smile. Them up. First on the list here as a panelist is Ololade Shilon, Doctor, Director of Privacy Policy, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey, Meta. Please give her a Meta round of applause. Meta is a big brand. Round of applause. Oh, do the Google, let me say again. Do the Google round of applause. Interpreter. Google round of applause. All right. Can we give the interpreter kind of applause? All right, Chair, before you take the floor, please, there's a little announcement to be made by Teki Akweti.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to invite CNDP representative, Madam Leila, to join me for this announcement. While she's coming, I just want to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Nigerian Data Protection Commission for organizing this wonderful event and for this opportunity. I think we are here because the Africa Digital Rights Hub every year organizes Data Protection Africa Summit. And so we want to announce that this year, we will first week in December.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Merci, Peggy. Alors, au nom du président Omar Sarvoujni, président de la CNDP du Maroc, nous sommes heureux de vous annoncer la co-organisation du DPAS 2025 à Rabat, au Maroc. Les précédentes éditions ont lieu en Afrique. Correct me if I'm wrong. 24 was in Uganda.
Yes.
Afrique du Sud and île Maurice. Et donc cette année, ça sera au Maroc, à Rabat, qui est très important. Et le digital est en train de prendre une place très importante et la protection des données doit être un pilier de la confiance numérique. Et donc autant que autorité de protection des données, nous devons tous défendre privacy by design. So welcome to Morocco. We are all waiting for you.
So thank you. All Madam Leila is saying we all look forward to seeing most of you in Morocco in December in Rabat. For more information, both our websites will carry information about this conference. So thank you.
Thank you. Honorable ministers, ambassadors, commissioners, thank you all for inviting us here today, and I stand upon the protocols from yesterday. Thank you also for the key insights delivered by Dr. Bhumi, talking about the privacy paradox whilst implementing AI. In the interest of time, I'd like to go straight over to my esteemed panel and start off with asking, how would you personally define the privacy paradox? Shall we start off with yourself, Dale?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great session so far today. So speaking on the privacy paradox, I believe it's something that we're all used to, and the last speaker also mentioned it, is basically as, technology users, when we are concerned about our privacy, we are online, while by necessity or convenience, we still to access certain, platforms, information, or services. And usually, people really do talk more about the convenience part to say, oh, did you read the terms and condition? forgetting that also there are some, technology usage that is by necessity that you really do need to use, and then the fine prints are usually tiny in maybe like 8-size fonts that you can't even read. Sometimes they are voluminous. For certain users that are also not that literate, also digitally literate, they can't even understand some of the regulations or rights, that they have. But however, they still need to use the solution, they still need to use these tools, they still need to use these services. So that is really the paradox that we all live in, both as literate digital users and non-literate digital users.
Lola?
Thank you. Am I meant to say it in a sentence, right? Or I can go as one? Okay. So are the benefits of AI that are quite, I believe, obvious, but also the need for privacy. Because essentially, most AI systems actually require vast amounts of data to be able to learn, to improve, and also to be able to give accurate results. But at the same time, there's a privacy bit where people are generally concerned about, I would say that is the paradox. And when you think about some of the key principles of privacy around data minimization, I mean, it obviously creates some kind of tension in terms of how, if it's about vast amounts of data, but you also have to minimize the data at the same time, how do you find the right balance? If it's about purpose limitation, how do you find the right balance? So it's really about the conflicts and the contradictory aspects of.
Yeah, just touching upon those points, I think you reinforced the messaging yesterday from Boyana Bellamy, the president of CIPL, who discussed the challenges of AI and some of those principles that you've mentioned. Teki, what are your thoughts in terms of the privacy paradox?
I think it's working now, thank you. So for me, I see when it comes to AI, I see the paradox in a number of forms. And I think for time, I would emphasize on two of them. AI itself requires a lot of information. And when we're looking at it from the context of privacy and data protection, and you need AI to rely on some form of information, including personal information, then that in itself creates a paradox. If you dig a little deeper and you look at the issues or the requirements of privacy or data protection laws, for instance, you can look at the principle of transparency or openness, and you look at it in the context of how AI technologies operate, right? Most of us today, and even the builders of AI themselves will tell you, we don't even know, what it's capable of doing, what it may be doing in the future, and we can only explain so much. So in that context itself, there is a lack of transparency not because the builders or the capacity to be able to give the kind of disclosures that are required in the context of privacy and data protection. And these are just some of the things. But I think if you, on the whole, look at what privacy is, what data protection is, and the principles governing each of them, you would actually see that there seems to be some kind of a pull against each other when it comes to these issues.
Certainly in a room full of privacy professionals and commissioners, there is definitely a challenge in moving forward, but it's the balance between innovation and privacy. Ade, before I move over to you, I want to bring in our Commissioner Madhub. Commissioner, can you hear us?
Hear me, please. Hello, hello.
Hi, Commissioner. Hi, Commissioner. Hi, Commissioner. Hi, Commissioner. Hi, Commissioner.
Hi, how are you all? I'm so glad to be speaking today. Is my voice okay for you? Sorry, my camera is not working. I'll have to just speak. Is that all right with you?
Yes, we can certainly hear you, Commissioner.
organizations that are either, primarily building AI solutions or maybe integrating it into their business. Then see technology capacity, coming in second, because we have our dear regulation, then, lagging a bit behind, in the race. And this is no fault of regulation in itself, but it's because it demands, a much more lengthy process for regulation to come into existence, because you do need a lot of target group in the, either a sector, a country, for the regulation to really speak to everybody as much as possible. So you do have regulation also, coming, playing third fiddle in that lineup. However, we all do know that regulation is actually the bedrock or the foundation of all this. And this would then means that we need regulation to really pull its weight in coming to balance both market forces and also technological capacity.
Thank you, Teo. Commissioner Madhub, what are your thoughts on this? Is it market forces, technological capabilities, or regulatory gaps? Commissioner, can you hear us? 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 Commissioner, can you hear us?
Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me, please? Can
Yes,
you
we
hear
can.
me, please?
So we are having a big issue with regulations in terms of understanding what technology really requires in essence. I think regulators have legal professionals for data privacy protections and AI experts and any technologists as well. So that we are not being able to sing the same song altogether. We are actually building our own meanings for different things. And in doing that, we are actually repeating the goal that we want to achieve through AI. AI regulation is something in my self-perception and very strongly I feel that, is that if we don't go in the right direction, we are actually going to erode many fundamental human rights that everybody have, including rights. So let me give an example. When we take the example of new AI definitely market forces and current technology that's been has triggered this legislation and then European Council. But when we look at this AI Act, we see that this risk-based approach, that is, it gives categorization of risks pertaining to AI systems. But what happens is on years when these risks will go obsolete. Let's say what we today consider to be minimal risk, tomorrow can become high risk or even an acceptable risk. or what we consider unacceptable today if we use the right technologies, privacy enhancing technologies, first of all, become laws enactment of AI use. And I guess the approach should be, in my perception, principle based. In that sense, not rude, very confusing terminologies which actually cover anything but nothing. This is not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need legislation which are focused, but at the same time anticipating that is being proactive and adaptive in a way that legislation meets that the test of time. We all say that data privacy laws are technology neutral, right? But in some time, we will need to use these legislations as what happened at the European continent and other places in the world, even Africa is witnessing this. So we need to think very clearly where we want to go and what we want to achieve with AI solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You make some excellent points there. Because otherwise, one needs the most important is that when we're moving in a fast-paced, dynamic environment, AI is literally driving AI.
It's evolving every week. And with that evolution, we need regulations that are agile. You'll touch upon it in some of the later questions. Temi, coming back to you now. From your experience, what are the most common practical trade-offs organizations face between AI innovation and individual rights? Temi, you can take that one, then on to you, Ade. Or Ade, if you want to lead.
Just to be clear, you're asking about the most practical instances of trade-offs. So I think one that readily comes to mind, and I'm happy to zoom in on, if you look at the training process for large language models, right? Typically, there is, and it's not an assumption, it's actually mostly fact, that LLMs are trained on publicly available data. But again, as LLMs and the products that have been built out of them have evolved, you found that the bar for accuracy has continued to be raised, right? Nobody will repeatedly come to any of those products or models if the output is inaccurate or unreliable. So to that extent, you cannot drive towards 100% authenticity or reliability with publicly available data alone. There will be some element of personal data. I give you an easiest example. If you talked about Wikipedia, I assume Techie, being the celebrity that she is, has a Wikipedia page, right? A lot of the information there will talk about stuff that she's done publicly. But then there would also be some personal information like the schools that you attended, your date of birth potentially, right, on the Wikipedia page. So there becomes that challenge of the access to data that ordinarily and by nomenclature is public, but then it contains some element of personal. And the truth of the matter is that as of today, the technology to uncouple where that intermingling has happened, is not readily available, and even if it were going to be built out, it will be stupendously pricey. So that instance there, for me, I think it highlights a key, you might call it a trade-off or a tension around how we want to enhance the reliability of the outputs that you get when you engage with LLMs. We understand that enhancing that requires some intermingling of personal and public. So how do we achieve that accuracy in the training of models without breaching the rights of the personal holder? Thank you.
And tell me, what are your thoughts in terms of the trade-offs? And then also, just following on from that, how do smaller organizations differ from the tech giants in trying to make this, remain innovative, but trying to comply?
Okay, in terms of smaller organizations, I think they face much more peculiar challenge than the big tech. One is the area of resources that they have. For big tech, you do have them have more financial and technical capability, to strengthen their system in terms of having researchers, funding innovation, having experts that can help them build, more models that are transparent, better bias audits and all that. But then smaller organizations are like, little fish in the water. They can get easily swallowed by the big tech. So they do where they need to, maintain their market share or, bow to market pressure. So it's much more harder for smaller organization in that time, in that terms, to really commit resources that are needed to really build, more transparent or, train their model also sometimes ethically. That is for, smaller organization. That constraint is really there. Another thing is also, when it comes to priorities or focus of this organization, big tech knows that, there are more public attention on them, and then they also have compliance regulation that they need to comply with. When you look at that, you have them building system and structures to ensure that they are building more trust with the public to use their product, to trust their innovation. For smaller organization, their priority is more on, getting your product into the market, getting user, ensure that you are alive. This does not absolve them of these, but then, when we really look at the hierarchy of priority, maybe they just have somebody in the organization just dedicated to ensuring that, they are respecting data protection regulations, or, their system is, taking into cognizance biases and all that. So they do have that constraint. And maybe finally to point out in terms of also navigating the compliance environment, big tech do have more resources to have dedicated team to, look at regulations that exist, framework, even contributes, have more leverage to contribute when they are being made. But smaller big organization or big tech usually do have.
Is the use of sandboxes, where they can test their product in a safe environment, continue to develop, because of course they want to build out the product, as you've said. They need to take it to market. They don't necessarily have either the resources, financial, or the human capital to try and keep up with the regulations. So utilize the sandboxes that are available made available to you by the various regulatory regimes. Privacy invasive and privacy sensitive innovation in AI systems. Privacy invasive technologies.
I believe the distinction is in user agency, really. The word is part of it. You see a feature called activity, and you are able to delete the history of your activity. As a user, I'm more confident to. So the question is if the more you have the same content, so that sort of system, being intentional in that design, where my privacy is considered. There's control management on my side when interacting with the system. That has been sensitive to me, for example, and also other people as users of AI products or, AI models. But when you then come to, having AI frameworks that their personal data or information being taken away without information or guide on how they can either, take it out of the system, or perhaps regulation that you are bounded by as a user that I can hold you really accountable for. For instance, for some products, a great example that is not even AI related is BVN, when BVN in Nigeria, when BVN banking sector started using BVN for onboarding, you get information to say we're only taking this part of your information in signing you up in our system. So you do know the limits. There's minimization to say, oh, this is the limit. But when AI don't really it's not sensitive to the user, you don't have such type of intentionality in the system when it's been designed.
Yes, certainly data minimization there is one of the important principles. And as a general example, I always like to talk about the difference between facial detection, which is where we log on to our phones or our laptops, and facial recognition. Both are using some elements of your biometrics, but one is considered invasive and one is considered sensitive. So always think about your use case and try to collect only the amount of information that's required. Collecting more than that can lead into, privacy invasiveness. Commissioner, can you hear us? Are you back with us? Okay, whilst we're waiting for the commissioner, let's move on to the next question. And this is for, I'm going to start off with you, Lola. It's been a while. How are you? Okay. Can you share an example of a case study where innovation and privacy were successfully balanced? And what were the critical success factors?
Thank you very much. So I'm going to share an example that is not necessarily related to Africa. So I'm not sure if anyone can see, but the glasses I'm wearing are smart glasses. Yes. So yes, it's the Meta Ray-Ban glasses. So this was launched a couple of years ago. Of course, this is not the first iteration, right? And a specific regulate DPA, the DPA in Italy. I think their main concern was really around how this device works. And so what happened was then an approach to sort of sit down and understand what the key concerns were. It was really basic, from like, what are smart glasses? How do they work? How can I recognize there's actually a pair of smart glasses that someone is wearing? How do I know when the glasses are actually working or recording? Actually get it to start to do all of that. So the campaign literally broke all of this down. And so what started off initially as a campaign to address the concerns in one country became a multi-country campaign in several other countries in Europe, via TV, radio, and print. And that was essentially how bystanders were educated, sort of to empower them to understand, inform them. This is actually how this works, and these are the steps you can take to also safeguard your privacy. But at the same time, also educate folks like me wearing to say you have to use this responsibly. What are the kind of things you need to do? Don't use it in private spaces, for example. Respect people's preferences. Make sure you don't, for example, cover the light when it's blinking, because that then creates an issue. So that will be the example that I will share.
It's really important what you said there. It's about the actual user understanding the privacy rights of others and not invading other people's privacy. So it comes down to also culture and awareness that using the technology in the right manner is as important as the actual technology companies that have designed and developed the technology, right? You can design and develop something in a very privacy-sensitive manner, privacy-preserving manner, but if those utilizing the technology or potentially misusing it can then lead to infringements. Ade, what are your thoughts on this, where you have case studies where innovation and privacy were successfully balanced? Of course, you have the benefits of working for one of the biggest tech companies in the world.
So I think that my co-panelist has done a better job than I could have of giving an example from my experience with Gemini. So rather than, if you permit me, rather than go into the product specifics. I'd rather talk about the principles, the thinking around how we arrive at putting out those kind of products. A couple of years back when we rolled out our AI principles, basically broadly talking about what we would do in development and deployment, what we would not do with development and deployment. One of the pillars of our AI principles is steeped in privacy. We made a commitment along 6, 7 broad pillars that privacy would be a fundamental part of any AI product rollout that we're going to get involved with. I think the language, and I think Dr. Ajala spoke about that in his keynote, is the concept of privacy by design. And if you recall where I started off with your initial question, it's that same paradigm of the point that these issues should be mutually reinforcing, not exclusive. So we build in, or bake in, if you will, privacy into design from the get-go, such that it's not a function of having rolled out this great piece of innovation. When you now get subjected to the privacy test, you start to struggle. And to be a bit more detailed around that, 2 or 3 things real quickly. One, it goes to the example she gave around Gemini, and it's the question of user controls, right? So if you look at the way Gemini operates, first off, there's a sign-in process, right? And that sign-in is basically the control dashboard, if I can put it that way, where the user can go and interact and define what I want you to retain and what I do not want you to retain. In addition to that, there's also the question of duration. How long should this be kept for? There's a default, which the user can choose to alter from anywhere from 3 months to 36. In addition to user control, I think there's a question of transparency. Again, Dr. Ajala spoke about that in his paper, about how people very easily just accept terms and conditions so they can move on, right? And with that mindset, what we've tried to do is, how do you simplify the consent conversation at the beginning of how a user engages a product? Do you give a full view of what you are going to be, or what you are likely to be sharing with me? And do you make it easier for them to make a yes or no call? The third leg on top of user control is the concept of accountability, which I've said earlier on. If you look across any of those products, whether it's Gemini or Notebook LM, there's a conscious effort to share the kinds of things that we want to ingest in the process of that transaction. You see, typically when you enter a prompt, there's a warning or a proviso to say that, are you happy to proceed to share this as a course of your prompting and this conversation? So I think for us, it's that concept of privacy by design. We do not want privacy to be something that happens after we've come up with a great idea. We want privacy to be a part of the great idea thinking.
An interesting point you made there, Ade, was the ease of use of consent and the transparency of consent. And actually, conversation we had this morning was around dark patterns. And as privacy professionals, one of the challenges we still face is either our lack of knowledge or our working in silos, where our sales and marketing teams are able to implement within the UX, within the website design, dark patterns or elements of dark patterns that make the lives of data subjects, removing them from the user interfaces. Techie. We talk about policies and procedures and frameworks, but when an organization deploys a responsible AI framework, of which there are many now, how effective are they in practice in addressing the privacy paradox? And moreover, is this simply a publicity exercise? Is it a tick box, or are they actually effective?
I think my response would be that it's not in all situations, right? So I believe that responsible AI frameworks are good values, especially based on some of the good ones that we've seen there, are good values and pointers that can guide whether it is the deployers of AI technology or if they're regulatory bodies or international bodies, it serves as good values that as societies we need to adhere to. However, to date, we haven't actually seen any practical evidence, okay, any relevant evidence that is actually pointing us to the fact that these are the ones we've been able to achieve. And I call them values because I think they are ideals. So I strongly believe that practically we have not necessarily been able to achieve most of the values that actually go into these frameworks. And on the other hand as well, there is a bit more work that we all have to do, whether from the regulatory point of view, from donor point of view, where, for instance, you have UNESCO Responsible AI framework, whether from industry perspective, so Meta, all the big guys that are in the game, and we really need to sit around the table and have a realistic conversation around whether we've been able to really practicalize some of these. As far as I'm concerned, they are great ideals that we need to have. They are pointers to where, as a society, we should be going. But if you ask in my personal opinion, I do not think that we have been able to practicalize all of those ideals. Although I also don't think that in some situations they could be just PR gimmicks, but I don't think that is the case in all situations.
Certainly there's a challenge there. There's a challenge between theory and practice, and like all good privacy professionals, we always say it's a journey. So don't go for perfection. Build upon a solid foundation. Always try to improve your maturity. Now, there's been many conversations over the last day and a half about privacy-enhancing technologies. Great introduction also by Dr. Boomi. So I don't want to talk too much about this because the information for privacy-enhancing technologies is out there. Many use cases from the Royal Society. Many regulators have now given their guidance. CIPL also has an excellent information on privacy-enhancing technologies as well. So there's a wealth of information out there for privacy-enhancing technologies or PETs. The question is, are we becoming too reliant on PETs? Is there a false sense of security? Adi, what are your thoughts on this?
So I think, look, it would be disingenuous or dishonest to say that PETs are a copper bottom guarantee. Nothing in life is, not even with technologies. Nonetheless, I think that it's a great start and wise, process, right? Does that guarantee that there will be no risk? Of course not, right? As it is with most other manifestations of technology, things can and will go wrong. But I do believe very strongly that having a mindset of PETs is critical to achieving the balance that I think is the theme of the conversation we're having today. Privacy should not be an afterthought. The technology itself that is focused on solving a problem in an innovative manner should also be focused on protecting the rights to privacy of the user. Are they feel safe, 100%? No. But are they a good place to start? Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point there, Ade, is that these technologies can certainly assist, but ourselves as governance, risk, and compliance experts, we need to remain within the actual life cycle, the human guardrails or the human in the loop. Always go back and review the risks of the system itself, any vulnerabilities, go back and review the output to ensure it's still meeting the criteria. Commissioner Madhub, are you still with us? I'm going to ask a question about how should privacy regulation evolve better to accommodate innovation without stifling it? Commissioner, can you hear us? Okay, I think we'll go over to you, Lola. Okay, I'll repeat the question. How should privacy regulation evolve better to accommodate innovation without stifling it?
So I'm going to respond to your question using
rights are beginning to look at this much more closely, not specifically to data protection, but more broadly to all digital rights issues. And we are looking at it especially from the context within which, if you're looking at it from data protection, you say data protection regulation happens within the continent, and then the challenges that we have. Agile regulation, and to look at it even from the outcome based, may be the best way to get our regulators and all stakeholders at the table to say that what are we trying to achieve in the AI ecosystem for the continent of Africa as far as data protection is concerned, or for our country as far as data protection is concerned. Having a regulatory approach that is not flexible, right, that is more punitive would not necessarily solve the challenges that we have in Africa when it comes to data protection. And so having this mindset is, to me, that is that is the most important. The other thing we need to factor in is that data protection itself, in my opinion, is agile. If you look at the principles of data protection, it gives that flexibility to allow regulators to understand the ecosystem within which they are operating in and bring out appropriate guidance with their key stakeholders to ensure that personal data is adequately provided. So to come back to your question, yes, and I believe that especially in the context of Africa, I think that is what will enable us put out very proactive regulations in this space.
Thank you. Commissioner Madhub, can you hear us? Are you still with us? Are you still with us? We can certainly hear you. if not work together collaboratively and sort of communicate to ensure that not only is AI utilized to uplift all of the continent, but also in a manner that allows for innovation, privacy, and security. But we've got time for a few questions. Is there anyone that would like to ask about the privacy paradox from the audience? There's plenty of time in Africa. I told you, Laurie. Right. Does anybody have any questions about the privacy paradox? Laurie, please. Yeah. Do we have a mic for Laurie?
So much, everybody. Just a quick one, just to comment on agile regulation. This is something that we did in DIFC in 2023, building Regulation 10 under our data protection law for the purpose of being flexible, being open, being agile. We don't know what we don't know, but what we can do is ensure that personal data that's processed through autonomous and semi-autonomous systems is kept safe through any number of flexible options for building a framework around that data, building the safeguards around that data. So this really, really resonated. It's very possible to do, mixing innovation and privacy. What we need to talk about, if you ask me, is convergence. We don't know in every jurisdiction what's being done, what the belief systems are, where ethics come from, and so on. But we can talk about that together if we all get together and do things like this, events like this, conversations like this, and converge. We need to move beyond innovation. We need to move beyond looking at just basic principles. We need to come together and work on this as a public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. And just for my fellow panelists, for regulators or citizens navigating the privacy paradox in AI.
Thank you. I think my call for to action is simple, that we should build and demand for more AI system that is human-centered, particularly for an emerging market like Africa, for us to really ensure that we have innovations that scale. It needs to be built on trust, where we can have the citizen, the people, trust the system, trust the model, trust the regulatory framework that in existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Lola.
So for me, I would say that in addressing the privacy paradox, we must not be complacent. I think we must see it as how we're going to take steps to figure out, the way you need to address all of these issues. It has to be a constant process, right? Understanding that there are challenges and that there's a very high possibility that it will keep on reoccurring. And so you never get complacent and think we've completely addressed it. So you have to keep on using all the methods around technological solutions like were discussed, making sure you're bringing together diverse perspectives to be able to understand the core issues, education and awareness like we talked about. So all of that has to be continuous. You can never completely resolve it.
Ade, over to you. One sentence, please. Yes. We can't have Google go last, surely. Have the last word in privacy.
No, thank you. I spend a lot of time talking about privacy-enhancing technologies and privacy by design. But I think the flip side of that, which I'd like to amplify in my part in short, is that to give fullest effect to developers and tech companies like ourselves who are focused on privacy by design, the policy approach for privacy, particularly in the space of innovation and generative AI, needs to be flexible. I think the term used before now was pretty much along those lines. So one, we need to be flexible. Two, we need to be risk-based, right? We need to be proportionate. We want to achieve the fullest benefits, but at the same time, we want to be conscious of the risks and challenges. And like I started off saying earlier before, they don't have to conflict, they don't have to be contradictory. We can achieve both at the same time. Thank you.
And you, Techie, finally.
Okay. As the law-abiding citizen, I'll stick to one sentence. I think that navigating the paradox of AI and privacy must be done on the basis of transparency by all stakeholders and collaboration. Thank you.
I just want to finish off with a sentence that I heard yesterday talking about Ubuntu. And Ubuntu, I think, really resonates with me deeply because it's at the core of my integrity as a data privacy professional. AI is designed for us, by us, for all of humanity. So I will end up with the phrase, I am because you are, because we are. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à tous pour votre présentation. We'll now take a group photograph with you. Please, let's give all of them a resounding round of applause for a beautiful presentation made, chaired by the Vice President, Data Privacy and AI Governance Officer, Tahir Latif. We want to call on Dr. Latin to please join them for this very important picture. And while it's coming up, please let's celebrate Ololade Shilon, Doctor. Let's celebrate Dr. Tuweba Diwani, represented by Ajakori Temintokbe Fausat. And virtually, let's celebrate Mrs. Drosheima Mahob. Vous avez dit ce qui est nouveau et bon. Merci d'être ici avec nous virtuellement. Let's celebrate Teki Akwete. And let's celebrate Adewolu Adenin, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Google. Thank you for being a part of this event. C'est fini? This one is virtual. Has everybody picked? Has everybody picked? You've picked yours? There's a, yes. Something is happening behind you, right? Dakir? Yes. Thank you very much. The last plenary for this conference, plenary 5, is single digital market and privacy. This session will be chaired by an experienced attorney with expertise in data protection and regulatory compliance, as well as broad practice in commercial contracting. She is qualified in both the United States of America and the UK, and as a fellow of information privacy, as certified by the International Association of Privacy Professionals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome here the chair for this session, Laurie Baker, Vice President, Data Protection and Regulatory Compliance, Dubai International Financial Center Authority, Government of Dubai. Welcome. Joining her for this panel is Marie Nde Seni Ahuachidi, Program Officer, E-Applications and E-Governance ECOWAS Commission. Bienvenue. Applaudissez s'il vous plaît pour elle. Joining also is Rose Moseru, Data Protection and Cybersecurity Advisor to the East African Community, EAC. A round of applause for her, please, as she comes up. I thought we just had lunch. Let's show we have just taken lunch, please. A round of applause for her. Thank you. And, okay. Finally, we have Alison Thiele, Commissioner, the Information Regulator, South Africa. Please let's put our hands together for Alison Thiele. Thank you.
We have 1 hour. Nous avons 1 heure. Nous avons 1 heure. Nous avons 1 hour.
Are we ready? Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you, everybody, for remaining for our session. We're last but not least. Thank you so much, Commissioner Olatunji. Thank you so much to the Commissioner and to the team. You've done an amazing job pulling this together, and we've really enjoyed ourselves. We've had some great conversations and met some great new people. And we're taking away a lot more than we're probably giving today. So thank you so much for that. And for everybody, all the distinguished guests, for honoring us with your presence. Thank you so much. So just to set the scene for this session, and I'll take this off for now. Setting the scene, we're talking about effectively bridging the divide, right? So the title is Single Digital Market and Privacy. We've been talking about it in terms of how we unify, right? How we bring this whole thing together, and what a timely session to have for that. So we've built bridges, we've talked about blockades, we've talked about things that stop, things that enable privacy, technology, AI, and how we relate to one another. And we know that technology here in Africa and in the Middle East even, where I'm living, and around the Central Asian region as well, is really advancing at a rapid pace and leapfrogging in a lot of ways. We've heard that term before. Things are moving far more rapidly than they ever have before, and the technology and some of the infrastructure is there in order to allow really great things to happen. And now AI is in the hands of consumers. So what do we have to do to build the guardrails and bridge those divides in terms of sharing data across borders so that we can enable a single market, so that we can enable data trade and just regular trade information that needs to be sent from here to there and so on. And what about obstacles versus safeguards? Some people call them safeguards. Business people sometimes see them as obstacles. Where do we draw the line? Where's the gray area? What is bright line safeguards? What is bright line obstacles, and so on? Some of the things that we'll be talking about today. We've introduced our guests. We have an infrastructure growing and expanding in Africa. I mean, I'm here from Dubai. I'm British and American as well, and I'm learning a lot while I'm here, and I've learned from our friends in previous interactions with the Nigerian Data Protection Commission and so on. But I have a lot more to learn. Please tell me what is going on here in Africa in terms of the digital infrastructure growth, this leapfrogging effect, and so on. So shall we start with you, Alison, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you very much, fellow commissioners. And South Africa has a phone look at us now. We have, either my maths is very awful, or some people have 2 or 3.
Even so your dogs, right?
we have no issue on that level. With smartphones, I think we were really anticipating a couple of years ago that it would take a while for that sort of to penetrate as well. We're now up to about 82% of South Africans having a smartphone. But one of the things that we also know is that the data costs are such that we are finding that people really are not able to use their cell phones in the way that they would like to. And I think that then tells you perhaps something about how these issues are rolling out, that there are the infrastructure is there, but whether people are actually able to use it or not, if you're having to choose between data and food,
right?
Actually, data often wins, which is the scary bit, that people will often choose that because you need access to data in order to do the most basic things that you you have to get done.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of the, it's maybe an example of how, although we're making a lot of progress with use of these technologies, we have to look at affordability, and particularly affordability in the context of the urban-rural divide, and certainly in South Africa, the differences between the haves and those who don't.
That's a really good point. And interestingly, as you were talking, so I was thinking one bright line example of how everyone had to pivot and really prove their digital infrastructure and building those bridges and forging those divides was through COVID-19. If you had to rely on data for food, because the only way to get something was to have it ordered and brought to your home, or you couldn't really get out, you couldn't do anything. I know certainly where we were, it had to pivot on a dime. So when you see an emergency situation or a situation where there is a sort of public policy reason, that is an example, I think, of how we have to deal with digital infrastructure in a much more meaningful way. So, Rose, over to you. There you go.
Thank you, and it's quite a pleasure to be here. So from my position, maybe I'll look at it in terms of regional integration, and specifically when it comes to the real issues on having a single digital market from the East African community when it comes to digital infrastructure, when we look at mobile penetration, when we look at online government services and the like. However, one of the things that we're struggling with, a framework that calls for free movement of people, capital, goods and services, but then we don't look at the free movement of data. We don't look at interoperability when it comes to digital infrastructure. We're not really looking at how are we going to deal with, say, Kenya that has penetration of, I think it's estimated to be above 90%, whereas somewhere like South Sudan, which is also a member of the East African community, not having that. And how can we then have structures where we're not only having a few countries come up, but how are we able to move unifiedly in a way that benefits everyone within the East African community. And so one of the things that I think we need to consider, not just an aspect of digital divide in the digital infrastructure, but what are the enabling structures in terms of regulatory frameworks that actually assist in having, bridging the gap in terms of economies, right? So for example, one of the aspects of the project that I work on is having a one area network, which would then enable someone, a small trader, for example, working in Kenya, to be able to move to Tanzania, move to Rwanda, move to South Sudan, Somalia, wherever within the East African community without having to incur additional costs when it comes to data, for example, in terms of mobile usage or telephone calls or whatever have you. How are we enabling e-commerce to actually happen so that we're not just limiting ourselves to, I'll use again the Kenyan example because I am Kenyan, but the 57 million that Kenyans that exist, but how are we able to ensure that there's, a market of 350 million that is available to someone who's selling beaded wares and things like this. And underpinning all of that is an aspect of data and data protection and financial transactions with mobile money. M-Pesa is something that is common between Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, but there's difficulties in having that integration. So how are we able to actually do that through data protection frameworks and coordination with data protection authorities to see these things becoming a reality so that we're not just looking at, again, free movement of people and goods and services in a traditional sense, but we're looking at it as how do we actually move forward in the digital marketplace as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the end, all of those things are going to move one way or the other, right? We need to be on top of the digital sort of capability to help figure out where they are, where they're going, where the value is in that movement, and so on. So, Marie, over to you. I'm going to put mine on as well. What do you think is happening now in terms of digital infrastructure in the region? So you live here in Abuja. You have experienced, up close what this looks like in terms of the government activity that you're involved in and so on. So what do you think is happening on this level?
Thank you, Laurie. I will be expressing myself in French to balance. Thank you. Alors, pour le cas de la CEDEAO, je vais répondre à la question en me plaçant sur le contexte du commerce numérique et de l'économie numérique plus généralement. Les infrastructures numériques sont très reliées au commerce numérique. Dans la plupart des pays où il y a un réel essor du commerce numérique, c'est parce qu'il y a un véritable développement des infrastructures. Alors, dans notre région, si je prends les infrastructures d'Internet, l'index de développement du gouvernement numérique de 2024 a montré que pour nos 4 pays, que sont le Sénégal, le Nigeria, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Cap-Vert, qui ont un indice élevé, c'est particulièrement dû au sous-index sur les infrastructures de télécommunications. En matière de câbles fibre optique sous-marins, notre région est desservie par 12 avec 37 points d'atterrissement, même si encore il y a des efforts énormes à faire parce qu'on a environ 6 pays qui sont desservis par un seul câble. Et on a vu tout ce qui s'est passé l'année dernière avec les incidents sur les câbles fibre optique. En termes de points d'échange Internet, dans la région, l'analyse que nous avons faite l'année dernière dans le cadre du rapport du numérique a montré que le secteur privé a réellement une part à jouer. Parce que si nous prenons par exemple le Nigeria, ils ont 11 points d'échange où il y a le secteur privé. Donc, je veux dire 6. Et c'est la même chose aussi pour les data centers. C'est les data centers où le Nigeria a 11. Quand je prends maintenant les infrastructures liées au paiement, parce que le paiement, on a vu que les services de paiement ont révolutionné l'écosystème financier en améliorant l'inclusion. On a dans notre région environ 300 comptes mobiles. Et tout ça, c'est important pour le commerce numérique. Cependant, on a un problème d'interopérabilité de ces systèmes de paiement numérique-là. Souvent, ils opèrent au niveau national. Donc, on a besoin d'avoir des infrastructures transfrontalières. Quand je prends aussi les infrastructures du secteur postal, c'est quelque chose que nous, au niveau de la région CEDEAO, nous avons identifié comme important pour toucher les zones rurales, notamment en matière de services de logistique et également en matière de livraison. Donc, l'indice intégré de la Conférence des Nations Unies a montré que la région CEDEAO est environ au niveau de 20, sachant que le pays le plus élevé est à 100. Donc là aussi, il y a beaucoup d'efforts à faire. Pour les data centers, c'est la même chose. Il y a énormément d'efforts à faire. Donc, tous nos pays sont en train de mettre en place des stratégies et tout ça, mais il y a l'aspect réglementaire aussi qui entre en jeu. Il faut qu'on soit plus agile et plus flexible, de sorte à attirer les investissements dans le secteur, pour les infrastructures digitales. Merci.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that all makes perfect sense and actually is a great lead-in to another question. For Rose, I'm going to ask you about, in the regulatory context, localization, data centers. Is it effective? What does it do to enable digital infrastructure and bridging divides and single market? What does it do to hold it back? I mean, you can be as perhaps political as you like, or you can be quite objective, but I'd love to know what you think, and we'll ask Marie as well.
Absolutely. So in the aspect, when it comes to data localization, I think this, it's a limiting framework. And so there is this assumption that data localization means data safety, but not necessarily the case. And so again, in the East African community context, there's different capabilities, resources to build data centers that are effective. When you're looking at tier 3 and above data centers, not everyone can actually afford to have those reliability of electricity and all of these things. And so when you say, for example, look at a market where majority of the people or majority of the players are small to medium enterprises, it's extremely difficult for you to expect that they would have the capabilities to localize their data. But then there is there's something to say about the aspect of the political and national security impact of data localization. I'm not saying that should not be a consideration. However, I think we need to think about it broadly. In the EAC, one of the conversations that we're having is seeing whether we can have a localized framework that looks at EAC as one body, because that's effectively what the treaty was meant to achieve. But in doing so, there are certain things that we need to come up with. So as I mentioned before, the aspect of having data protection frameworks that look at the region specifically and are not looking at one particular country in itself. But there's also the aspect of trust that needs to be built, coordination between data protection authorities, and also standardized frameworks when it comes to data protection, digital infrastructure, enforcement mechanisms, and what have you. At current, we don't have that. And so if we were to look at the framing of the different data protection laws, then localization at current would probably be a safer option. But if we're going to look at economic growth, single digital market integration within the region, then we need to think broader about what that would look like in terms of having that harmonization. Is it a hindrance? Yes. If you look at it practically as well, there are probably very many small businesses that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing because they can't afford to scale up in the way that they should. You're looking at, say, for example, with certain data protection regimes within the East African community, some require health data to be held locally. And so if you're looking at for example, an agri-tech or an organization that is looking at telehealth or whatever have you, a digital health app, they're not able to actually share data or use that data. If we're looking at AI technologies or AI innovative systems that look at East African community, because of data localization, the possibility of you actually having those existing and containing data from the different countries within the EAC is almost impossible. And so we need to really look at how do we balance the aspects of control, which does not necessarily mean residency, and protection, so that we can then see how we can build those economies of scale specifically for the region. And with this as well, there's a consideration that is being had with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the Digital Trade Protocol, which actually calls for the removal of arbitrary data localization provisions and looking specifically at issues of how are we safeguarding the data and how do we ensure that we have systems that support that safeguarding of information without actually limiting, specifically when it comes to digital trade and economic growth within the region, so that we're opening markets not just for one economy, but to the market of 1 billion plus people across Africa. So that's considerations that we really do need to have. How do we safeguard should be the priority and not necessarily the locality of the data. Although I will give a proviso where national security is involved, I think we should give countries that consideration to make those laws as they see fit.
Yeah, and I think on one of the points that you mentioned in terms of data protection authority coordination, it's with other data protection authorities, but also with other regulators, the national security regulators, the financial services regulators. We have to back each other up, but also sort of raise, I think, those practical points, like, well, do you think on-premises, does that really exist? And are you just setting up companies to kind of automatically fail if they can't, maintain an on-prem presence because it's more affordable to do something else, or there are small businesses, you say, that can't scale up and so on. So that's an interesting one to take away, I think. And Marie, what do you think? Are you convinced that localization is a good thing, or what's your general view on that one?
Je commencerai par dire que alors, je commencerai par dire que il y a 4 types de centres de données. Les centres de données en colocation, les centres de données des opérateurs qui sont neutres, les centres de données sur site et les centres de données dans le cloud. Alors, nous, dans la région de la CEDEAO, nous avons constaté que nos entreprises s'éloignent de plus en plus des centres de données sur site. Et ça, c'est principalement dû aux problèmes de sécurité, aux problèmes d'évolutivité, aux problèmes aussi de l'instabilité énergétique. Et ils abandonnent progressivement au profit des services de cloud. La plupart des centres de données en Afrique sont construits sur du tiers 3, qui a une redondance limitée en matière énergétique, mais aussi en matière de système de refroidissement. Donc, le président de la Commission de protection des données du Sénégal l'a dit hier dans le panel. Il disait que les données ne connaissent pas de frontières, ils n'ont pas de nationalité, ils ne demandent pas de visa. Et donc, dans la région de la CEDEAO, nous, on s'intéresse à mettre en place un cadre réglementaire qui va favoriser le transport des flux de données transfrontalières, mais tout en garantissant la sécurité. Il y a le protocole sur le commerce numérique de la zone de libre-échange continentale qui est une bonne base et qui cherche à faire converger les réglementations à l'échelle africaine. Parce que nous, dans notre région, nous avons l'acte additionnel de la CEDEAO sur la protection des données personnelles que nous avons d'ailleurs révisé l'année dernière. Et ce que nous avons constaté, c'est que nos pays ont différents modèles. Il y en a qui ont des modèles d'inclusion, d'autres des modèles plus de contrôle, d'autres qui sont sur des modèles conditionnels. Donc, tout ça rajoute une touche de complexité. Et je pense que nous pouvons capitaliser sur le nouveau protocole sur le commerce numérique pour arriver à cette convergence que nous visons dans la région. Merci.
Thank you, Marie. We switched the order of questions up a little bit, Alison. Sorry to throw you a curveball there, but it blended in so nicely. So we'll come back to your view as a regulator on safeguards versus obstacles. Now, I know for myself, I spent many, many years, my whole first portion of my career was on the other side of the table. I too work as a regulator, but I was a data protection officer, a project manager, IT, all sorts of stuff that always had to implement the regulations. And I know there was a time where I felt quite a lot like, gosh, this is really making things slow and painful. So now that I'm on the other side, I see the value, the safeguards. I saw the value then, but it's so bright line and so clear now. How do we balance that so that while we're building this bridge, we have the appropriate foundations, but we can all kind of respect each other's boundaries as well in terms of what's a safeguard, what's an obstacle? How do you see that? How would you?
Well, I think I've had a similar experience of being outside of government in civil society as a lawyer and an activist, and then joining government and starting to realize the difficulties of creating a system that can, meet the needs of everybody in the country, let alone on the continent, let alone internationally. And I think that that's something we are struggling with, which is why I think cross-border flows and regulation of cross-border flows is so interesting, because it kind of highlights the area in which we have to agree, I think, eventually. We are going to have to get to some kind of convergence, and I think that's certainly what ECOWAS are looking at. There are a number of frameworks where people are trying to think about how to, for all circumstances, whether you can afford data or not afford it, whether you have electricity that can keep your data centers up and running, 24/7, which in South Africa has been, we've had an interesting path on that issue. So I think there is a sense, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I think there is a sense that we need to move and we need to converge, and that we've been talking about that, but we haven't really been able to move on that. How do we operationalize that? And that's where, as a regulator, it's kind of difficult to lead the way, I would say, because regulators move when they're pushed. I knew that before I worked in the regulator, now I know it for sure. Regulators have to be, nudged along and shoved, and as do governments, to get this kind of coherence happening. And it's not going to happen just in one place or through one structure. Change comes from many places. It's going to take a whole community saying, this is what we need, how do we get there? And then finding all of the different pathways in our different jurisdictions, different organizations to try and move on that. And cross-border flows just seem such a useful way of doing it, because it requires that consensus. Then down the line, the consensus on other issues will flow, I think. It would certainly be my hope. And that we can then move to a situation where we're less fussed about, whether the standard contractual clause exactly does or doesn't deal with the issue, in the third paragraph or the fourth comma, but we can rather get to the human rights issues, which I think are obviously something that we're all concerned about: the rights to privacy, rights to access to information, rights to freedom of expression, all hinges on this stuff. So we have to get there, because that's what's, I think, really at the bottom of this, which may seem quite dry and technical, but it is really a human rights issue.
So do companies in your jurisdiction come to you and your office for support, advice? Is there good collaboration? Or I know many, many years ago, again, when I was on the other side of the table, I suggested, for example, I want to go to Ireland and meet the Data Protection Commission there, the actual commissioner and so on, and have a chat with him, and also go to the Information Commissioner's office, have a chat with that team. And it depends on where you are, I think. In certain regions, it's very much about seeking out the regulator and finding that support and help. But mentioning that to my colleagues back in the US, which is where headquarters was, there was this, wait, why would you go to the regulator? Why would you talk to them? You don't want to get us in trouble. And I thought, well, they're there for a reason. They're there to help us safeguard our information, our data transfers, our whole basic data governance position. So when it comes to guidance, are you hands-on? Do you actually get to meet with people and they come to you and talk to you?
I think that's one of the interesting lines you have to walk as a regulator. And the way we kind of do it is to talk about education. And we have outreach and, working on a particular issue or in a particular community where we try to, explain our views and party to make a decision. And have to find the balance between them and everybody else. And that's really clear to everybody.
Well, okay, I think that brings us to a question on, sorry, he wants to get in on the conversation. Be improved,
is shared, but trying to able to do
well, I consider any role of strengthening this process as a third layer.
In the US, the UK, Canada, and also in Nigeria, use data to capture and also use data 10 miles. We don't have the investment structure for that kind of market. Is it possible that we have discussions on how this market should take place? The reason why I say so is we already have a project, and it's called DICA. It's possible for us to have a committee, have serious discussions on this initiative.
Thank you for your questions. I'm going to exercise. Last question first, I'll take. To be able to kind of get helping out to try to kind of smooth things out and make question. I don't know about insurance. I think maybe certifications, audits, data quality check is at least a starting point. Is kind of a ticket to wants to take a shot at.
Well, perhaps I'm not sure that doing it by and it's whether it's the EU, but I'm not sure in model laws that within and particularly the EU, if we consider to well is the GDPR and we must all aspire to the GDPR standards. I mean, I don't know of privacy issues internationally, and we're going to have to come up with international solutions that go across those borders, which sounds amazing. It sounds very exciting. So,
parting thoughts. We have about 45 seconds for you, 45 seconds for Marie. Go.
Sure. I think it's one of the things that I want to urge, I guess, the regulators that are here is there can be a way to coordinate amongst the different countries to look at prospects of harmonizing, but harmonizing not in a way that sees you businesses and how you can actually enable, because that's the majority of the businesses that are in Africa, fortunately or unfortunately, to grow and to scale. Now, this can come in very many forms, but looking at Africa that is deemed to be international standards for Africa, that models on the nuances and the cultural differences that Africa provides as well, and Africa's economic growth, and how can we participate in a way that will actually push us to have more bargaining power. How can we say, here's Africa in a $1 billion+ market, and perhaps people will...
Yep, 100%, and it's to step up Aura as well. It's from the big red lights flashing. I apologize. I promised before.
Mise en œuvre des mesures de transformation numérique pour l'Afrique 2030. Nous avons le système panafricain des paiements. Tout ça, c'est des cadres, des politiques travailler nous. En tant que communauté économique régionale avec nos régulateurs pour l'accessibilité des services en matière d'infrastructure de paiement, il faudrait qu'on continue à garder cette avance qu'on a dans la région. Il faudrait que nos régulateurs puissent réunir les différents opérateurs pour que le partage des infrastructures soit une réalité. Et je pense que l'intelligence artificielle, les services financiers sont très gourmand en termes de puissance de calcul. Donc, si on veut garder notre souveraineté, je pense que la course devrait être à cette puissance de calcul. Merci.
Thank you so much, Marie, and thank you, everyone. I want to point out specifically, we are a panel of women ending the day here. Very, very proud of that. Women in technology and privacy. Yep. So thank you to my panelists. Thank you again to our hosts and to everybody for staying, and enjoy the rest of the conference and this evening. Absolutely. Thank you.
Please a round of applause for them. They will have a group photograph now, and we will dilute this arrangement by inviting Doctor to join us here. Dr. Latuji joins us now. And he will be in the center to dilute it. Yes, dilute it. Merci beaucoup, Marie Destiny Ahuanchede. Merci pour votre présentation. Thank you, Rose Macero. Thank you, Alison Tilley. And thank you, our chair, Laurie Baker. Fais vite. Les hommes belong. D'accord? 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 Ce qui est nouveau est beau, n'est-ce pas? Okay, quick announce. Premièrement, tonight, there will be Africa Gatsby Night. It's strictly by invitation with access cards. It's strictly by invitation with access card. 2, we have, while tomorrow there will be AGM, while the AGM is happening, there are side events. 1, kindly join us for the Data Policy and Governance for AI, Fostering Responsible Innovation and Adoption side event. It will happen at Transcorp Hilton, Abuja, here. We have another one. It's the half-a-day event side session. It's a topic identifying private surveillance providers, strengthening regulatory oversight in Nigeria. Having the communique. By the way, we want to thank all our partners, our sponsors once again. Please, can we give them a round of applause to celebrate them? Yesterday we rolled out all the names. Please, let's give them a rousing. The communique presented by Inye Kemabunta, member communique drafting team. Please welcome him with a round of applause. And it's on that table.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will take a few feedbacks. We'll take notes. Just a few. If there are more, we will please request that you write them down and send to the rapporteur desk. It's been a long day, so we don't want to keep you much longer. Okay, so that's the communique draft. It's a draft at this stage. The final version will be made available during the program tomorrow. So this is just for you to have a full view and then make comments. So it begins. Communique issued at the end of the 8th edition of the Network of African Data Protection Authorities Conference, held at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, Nigeria, from May 6 through 8, 2025. Section 1.0, Preamble. The 8th edition of the Network of African Data Protection Authorities Conference was held at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, Nigeria, from May 6 through 8, 2025, the conference, which was centered on the theme Balancing Innovation in Africa, Data Protection and Privacy in Emerging Technologies, was declared open by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, represented by Senator Ibrahim Hadija, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President. The official welcome address was delivered by the conference host, the National Commissioner of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, while the Vice President of NADPA-RADP, Ms. Immaculate Hassait, representing the President, Iro Adamu, gave the opening address. Goodwill messages were received from several Nigerian dignitaries, among which were the Deputy Governor of Kebbi State, His Excellency, Senator Omar Tafida, OFR, representative of the Nigerian Parliament, distinguished Senator Shuaibu Afolabi Salisu, the Chairman, Senate Committee on ICT and Cyber Security, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande. Goodwill messages were also received from two members of the diplomatic community, His Excellency the German Ambassador Gautier Mignot, represented by Inga Stefanois. As part of the conference opening ceremony, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy for Nigeria, in Nigeria, during his opening speech. In attendance at the conference were over 20 heads of Africa Data Protection Authorities. Also in attendance were about 1,000 data protection practitioners, experts, professionals, and stakeholders. Section 2.0, Conference Proceedings. The conference featured keynotes, panel discussions, breakout sessions, 2 fire chats, and master classes addressing several objectives in over 5 sub-themes. The conference also featured the NADPA-RAPDP Annual General Meeting. Among the conference objectives were to, 1, foster collaboration among Africa DPAs and global partnerships. 2, analyze the impact of emerging technologies on data protection and privacy in Africa. 3, explore gaps in current regulations and propose actionable strategies to ensure data privacy compliance in the rapidly evolving technological space. 4, encourage African nations to harmonize digital policies, data protection laws, and standards to enable seamless cross-border digital trade. And 5, empower businesses and innovators to develop solutions that comply with privacy standards while driving economic growth in Africa. And 6, equip the next generation of privacy professionals with the knowledge and skills to navigate data protection complexities. And 7, explore the key data protection challenges facing Africa's fintech sector and identify innovative solutions to address these challenges while fostering growth and innovation. The conference proceedings covered several sub-themes, among which were 1, balancing economic growth with privacy concerns in Africa digital economy. 2, AI in Africa, privacy paradox. And 3, regulatory approaches to data privacy in Africa in the era of emerging technologies. And 4, data protection in the era of fintech in Africa, balancing innovation with privacy. 5, single digital market in Africa, fostering collaboration among nations to facilitate cross-border digital trade. And 6, shaping Africa's privacy future, preparing the next generation of privacy professionals. And 7, guardians of privacy, strengthening Africa's data protection authorities in the digital age. Session 3.0, conference observations. In the course of the 3 days, the conference noted, 1, that data protection had far-reaching implications for the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Exchange of goods and services involves data sharing in varying degrees. 2, the need to set common safety standards for jurisdictions that are at different stages of technological development and adoption, and the need for harmonized policies, cross-border cooperation, and Africa-led frameworks to govern data responsibly and securely while fostering innovation. 3, that many digital platforms, along with many artificial intelligence services, had been designed by default to use the personal data of data subjects without their knowledge and control to train the artificial intelligence models, thereby negating the principle of privacy by design and enthroning surveillance by architecture with grave implications for privacy, trust, and national security. 4, the fintech industry, as a data-driven sector, had expanded Africa's financial inclusion, reduced the underbanked population, and enhanced cross-border commerce. The conference also noted that Africa should not be a passive recipient, that's number 1, that Africa should not be a passive recipient of global rules, but must be co-authors of a future that would serve its peoples and strengthen their voices in the world. 2, the 4th industrial revolution era was marked by a technological revolution that had blurred the lines amongst the physical, digital, and biological spheres. 3, technology could create over $130 billion boost to economic benefits across Africa by year 2030. And 4, the need for African data protection authorities to ensure the harmonization of data protection frameworks across Africa for regional cohesion and standards. The conference further noted, 1, the efforts to build capacity for data protection practice by instituting postgraduate programs on data protection in tertiary institutions. 2, the need for data protection authorities to prioritize the essential balance between data-driven innovation and private data protection by implementing frameworks which foster a culture of privacy. 3, the urgent need to domesticate and implement the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection to, among other things, facilitate cross-border commerce in the African region. Session 4.0, resolutions and recommendations. 4.1, the conference called on 1, African data protection authorities to A, collaborate with governments and businesses to formulate comprehensive strategies for data, privacy, security, and digital initiatives, and establish policies suitable for a trusted digital era. B, strive to build digital economies, including the fintech and financial inclusion sectors, which would enable innovation without compromising privacy rights. C, embark on human capital development across the region for mutual legal assistance and data governance to deepen the culture of data privacy and protection in Africa. D, ensure without any delays the setting up of the framework for the harmonization of data protection laws across Africa and the implementation of the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection in the region. 2, African regulators to A, embark on constructive engagement with stakeholders, regulated entities, and even other regulators to resolve data protection requirements which inhibit AI development for economic growth. B, assert a values-based coordinated approach to data protection regulation to avoid the risk of Africa surrendering the privacy of its subjects and allowing the programming of its autonomy and the erosion of its sovereignty. C, avoid mere replication of international regulations, but endeavor to adapt and indigenize them and ensure that regulation must be practical, enforceable, and grounded in African priorities. D, collaborates with the fintech industry, government institutions, identity management institutions such as the Nigerian NIMSI, civil society organizations, and the organized private sector to deepen awareness on the need for private data protection. 4.2, the conference resolved that, 1, data protection should not merely be a compliance obligation, but a strategic pillar of national development and continental cohesion. And NADPA would take steps to harmonize all laws related to data protection. 2, a model African data privacy framework built on the Malabo Convention, enhanced through regional economic communities coordination and benchmarked globally, would be undertaken by NADPA. And 3, African data protection authorities must ensure future-proof regulatory systems that anticipate AI, cloud, cybersecurity, and cross-border data flows while enabling innovation. Section 5.0, conclusion. In conclusion, NADPA, and indeed the whole conference, expressed profound gratitude to the government of Nigeria for the excellent hosting of the 8th edition of the NADPA and its annual general meeting. The conference also expressed appreciation for the role of the conference sponsors, exhibitors, stakeholders, the media, and delegates from the data value chain. Issued this 8th day of May 2025 at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, Nigeria. This is the draft as today, and comments will be welcome. A few comments, just so we can save time. Thank you. If there are comments, I would need help with the microphone. This is a draft, so it's been presented for your review. And my colleagues will be taking notes. I assume there are no comments. On that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will then forward this formally to the leadership of NADPA. Thank you, and have a good evening. Please remain seated for the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Iye Kemabonta? Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so as we wrap up and put a pretty bow on NADPA-RAPDP 2025, permit me to invite Dr. Tolu to come up on the stage. Dr. Tolu, please. Let's warmly welcome her. Dr. Tolu Pius Fadikwe has been the program and content lead for NADPA Conference 2025. And her regular 9-to-5 job, she wears the hat as the head of research and development at the NDPC. Let's appreciate Dr. Tolu as she gives the vote of thanks today. Thank you.
Thank you. Esteemed Data Protection Commissioners, the host, Dr. Vincent O. Olatunji, our NC, National Commissioner, and CEO, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, our partners, speakers, delegates, participants. As we conclude this impactful conference, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to every one of you for your active participation and contributions. Over the past 2 days, we've had enlightening discussions, shared best practices, and explored innovative solutions to enhance data protection across our continent. As we move forward, let us carry the momentum of this conference and work together to strengthen data protection ecosystem in our respective countries and industries. Thank you to our partners, organizers, speakers, participants for making the conference a success. Together, we build a safer, more secure digital landscape for Africa. Thank you all.
With the kind permission of the National Commissioner, we've come to the end of day 2 of the NADPA conference. I think we can all give ourselves a round of applause. Please, before you exit the hall, remember our translation devices. If we could please just either leave them on the table or your chair before you exit. Thank you all so much. Have a good evening and see you next year. Goodbye.